Good morning. It's 9:05. Sorry for the technical difficulties over here. As you all can see, we're in a brand new room, in a brand new building. And so please bear with us as we work through technological issues of the day. Oh, we got some feedback over here. So I will now call this meeting to order. I'll note that I've approved the remote participation of Mr. Hanson and Ms. Ashton under the board bylaws 2.2 and 2.2-3708.3 B3 of the Code of Virginia, because their principal residents are more than 60 miles from the meeting location. As is customary with each board meeting, we will begin with a moment of silence, followed by the pledge.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Second.
Okay. You ready, Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore?
Aye.
Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
Dr. Siebert?
Aye.
Mr. Sturtevant?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, staff has provided the board members with draft minutes from our last meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore?
Aye.
Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson? Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
Dr. Siebert?
Aye.
Mr. Sturtevant?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay. Ms. Kilgore?
Yes. Good morning. This morning, we have the pleasure of welcoming special guests to the board meeting. Ms. Logan's third grade class is here from Betty Weaver Elementary in Chesterfield County Public Schools under direction of the school's music teacher, Curtis Mills. Joining the class today, we have Robin Riley, school principal, and Dr. Robin Yo, the performing art curriculum specialist for Chesterfield Schools. The class will be performing 2 arrangements on ukuleles and harmonicas, London Bridge is Falling Down, and Are You Sleeping? Each one is presented in a different style of music with a sample from a popular tune in that style. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Logan's third grade class.
Thank you all so much for being with us today and for giving us a beautiful way to start our meeting. It will carry us through our day, remembering your smiling faces and your beautiful music. Thank you.
Guys. 3 minutes. We'll rearrange seats.
We need a couple of minutes to rearrange the chairs. If you guys will give us a couple minutes, please. Bearing with us as we fix the room. So as is indicated in our public notice, the board is again inviting the public to comment and participate on the regulatory changes approved by the board business meeting. 8 VAC 20-81 approved by the board on March the 28th. We will begin our public comment by inviting the individuals who would like to speak specifically about those regulatory changes to address the board first. Public comment on other matters will follow. Would anyone like to address the board on regulatory changes, 8 VAC 20-81? That's the special education. No. Okay. Again, as is stated in the board's bylaws, it's the pleasure of the board to accept general public comment on all matters related to public education in Virginia. Before we begin our public comment period today, I'd like to share a few comments about the manner in which public comment will be conducted. We ask that you model professionalism, dignity, and respect for others as you share your comments today. As adults, it's important that we model respectful civil public discourse for our students and the children of the Commonwealth who are either viewing this meeting today or maybe listening in another place in this building. So with that being said, please make sure that when you come up to the podium, you provide us with your name and your role or your affiliation. All remarks must be directed to the chair, not to any other individual. Speakers will have 3 minutes to share their remarks. You'll notice the green screen here. This is where you will begin the timer. At 1 minute, the screen will turn yellow and the screen will turn red when the time is up. At that point, please close your remarks promptly. Speakers can provide any written comments to Mr. Joe Crook, who's sitting up in the front with a little blue folder in his hand. He is the department's regulatory and board coordinator. All comments received during the public comment period will be collected and provided to the board as soon as possible. You may also email a copy of your remarks to Jim Chapman, who is our Director of Board Relations. So with that, I have Scott Brabrand, number 1, and Kathy Halverson, number 2.
Good morning, President Creasy, Dr. Coons, and members of the Virginia Board of Education. My name is Scott Brabrand. I'm Executive Director for the Virginia Association of School Superintendents. Please continue to review all the feedback you've received on the design of the Virginia School Performance and Support Framework, specifically the feedback from our superintendent regions as well as individual superintendents. Here, though, are 8 key items from VAS. Item 1, growth weighting. Increase the growth weighting to at least 40% growth for elementary and middle school. VASC asks you to reconsider your decision around growth for the elementary and middle school levels. Item 2, reweight mastery index of performance. VASC asks that you reweight the mastery index to make below basic weight at least 0.50. The current index of performance underweights past advanced scores and overweights below basic scores. Item 3, parent refusal should not count as a 0 in the mastery index of performance. VAS understands the right of parents to refuse to have their child participate in SOL test. However, VAS strongly opposes making that parent refusal count as a 0 in the mastery index of performance. It's unfair to both the student and the school. Continue to assess student participation as a separate measure. Item 4, readiness indicators for elementary and middle school need further development and consider a delayed implementation. We understand and accept the decision to include chronic absenteeism in the elementary and middle school indicators. However, these additional indicators for elementary and middle need further development. We recommend a delayed implementation of these additional indicators, especially with new math and new English language arts standards being implemented next year. Take the time to work with stakeholders on meaningful readiness indicators. Item 5, keep the GCI as our graduation indicator. That's very important. We would be eliminating the opportunity for our students with disabilities and others to have certified paths to graduation. Item 6, keep the English language semester guidance at 11 semesters, not 3 semesters for SOL test. Can any of us go to a foreign country and in a year and a half pass an SOL-like test not in the English language? The answer is no. Keep the EL testing guidance at 11 semesters, which is consistent with best practice research about how long it takes students to master the academic language of a foreign language. Item 7, no A through F grades or symbols, but create clear descriptive terms for school summative levels. And I know you're all talking about that. We believe that's the best way to communicate school success. In our superintendent listening session with Dr. Coons, we greatly appreciated the Maine model, the state of Maine model received positive feedback. And finally, continued to delineate specific supports and resources to school divisions beyond those performing at the bottom 5%. We need to see more information. I know you're discussing that as well. Thank you, and we look forward to continuing to partner with you on this very, very important work for the Commonwealth of Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Halverson. Okay, no Kathy Halverson. Megan Adams, followed by Candace Lucas. Is Megan Adams here? Okay, and Candace Lucas is not here. Keith Martin, followed by Cheryl Binkley.
Hi, Madam President. My name is Keith Martin. I'm the Executive Vice President and General Counsel at the Virginia Chamber of Commerce. Speaking today on the school performance and support framework. I think most of you are familiar with the Virginia Chamber's Blueprint Virginia strategic plan. We are in the third iteration of it. And basically what we do is we reach out to businesses around the Commonwealth and ask them, what does Virginia need to do to be the best state for business? And by far, the number one issue is having a highly skilled, well-educated workforce. And what we've learned, to be the best state for business, we need to be the best state for talent. And so the talent pipeline is very important. So what are you working on is actually the foundational pieces to make, help us be competitive for jobs and be prepared for the business needs of the future. So as we talk to businesses around the Commonwealth, some of the key things I want to share with you to help us be more competitive, that they hope you would, as you go through this process, support as well. We support high quality training and education, rigorous academic standards, early state intervention and improvement strategies to assist struggling schools and students to ensure improved accountability, outcomes, and opportunities for all students. As you're going through this process, we hope the board will develop a transparent accountability system that accurately reflects school performance and recognizes student needs and performance issues as well in preparing them for being workforce ready. And then finally, we hope that you will prioritize workforce readiness and encourage work-based learning opportunities that would help students explore potential careers and connect classroom instructions for experiential learning. As we're competing in a global economy, it's very important that these foundational pieces help them prepare for the jobs of the future. So we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Binkley.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Binkley. I'm with For Public Education. It was very hard to drive the 2 hours this morning to come here, not because of traffic, but because I'm firmly convinced that nothing I can say will change your decisions or alter your path. The beliefs that drive your views are entrenched, and none of the 1,000 true stories I can tell you about being a teacher and leader can sway you from a market-driven mindset that you are operating from. Yet, here I am. We know what happens to the childhoods and communities of school children when the accountability management models you are proposing are implemented. We can see it in a myriad of districts. When understanding and individual motivation beyond competition are not factored in, but rules that enforce more extreme division and caste are utilized, we have too many examples. How do I convince you that a calm and peaceable local place of learning with caring and knowledgeable adults is absolutely necessary for every child if we are to develop a world that nurtures our children to a fulfilling and productive adulthood and create a society of peaceable, growing knowledge and successful endeavors? When all I can discern is you so deeply believe in winning, profitability, and business-oriented outsiders armed with test scores are all that can produce the society of which you dream, a society that honestly seems dystopian to me. All I can ask you is to question everything you think you know, put aside what you learned in your MBA, your JD, and your public policy degree, and try very hard to remember what it was like to be a child and what it meant to learn something brand new for the very first time and affirm that in a space that was safe and affirming, and what it's like to be the adult guiding that process. Ask yourself, what makes us humans really happy and glad to be in this world before you move forward on these regulations. Thank you.
Michael Carabinos. Jenna Alexander, followed by Michael Bowling.
Good morning, President Creasy, members of the board, Superintendent Coons. My name is Jenna Alexander. I'm the president of the Virginia PTA and a parent of Loudoun County Public School students. I'm here today to share our concerns with the proposed accountability framework and specifically our strong opposition to the introduction of new performative task tests for 5th grade and 8th grade, as well as the overall construction of the readiness category for elementary and middle school. While we appreciate your desire to be innovative and reduce the reliance on chronic absenteeism, the solution presented introduces brand new and unnecessary performative tests that will detract from valuable instructional time and create an unnecessary high-stakes end of elementary and middle school test that is not based on current SOL curriculum, nor designed to guide and inform new instruction. Virginia PTA has a long history of supporting a comprehensive assessment system that includes multiple measures of student growth and achievement in order to reduce the high-stakes test environment and reflect the breadth and depth of knowledge and skills that our students are expected to acquire. However, in our parent feedback sessions, none of the parents have supported these new tests. If you want to rank the types of advanced learning opportunities offered by schools, this should be reported by school administration and included in the school accreditation section. Right now, there is unfinished work to improve the Virginia growth assessments to have them live up to their full potential and serve as a tool to guide a new instruction. There's also outstanding recommendations for improving the SOL assessments from the 585 work group. And if there is a desire to include questions that regard the 5 Cs, there's ample opportunity to include new innovative question types within the existing SOL. Additionally, the blending of results from a new performative test with chronic absenteeism will not enable parents to view the results of those tests in the same way you intend for the results of the SOL test to be visible in the Mastery Index. Rather than introducing unnecessary testing and blurring those performance results with chronic absenteeism, we suggest that you renew your focus on improving the SOLs and instead equally weight growth and mastery and simply report chronic absenteeism as its own category at the lowest federally allowable minimum. Parents have a right to make decisions on behalf of their children, and that includes opting them out of state assessments. We want to state our strong opposition to counting an opt-out as a 0 in the Performance Mastery Index. The consequences of non-participation in a state assessment should never result in the loss of funding, diminished resources, or meaningful interventions for schools and student subgroups. Student participation should remain the guiding measure for evaluating mastery. I also want to share today that in our feedback sessions, there has not been broad universal support among parents for the summative rating. Many parents are very concerned that it will result in an exodus of high-quality teachers from underperforming schools. It's therefore critical that if summative ratings are used, that we have clear descriptor terms that share the type of funding and instructional support provided to every type of school, not just those in the lowest 5%. Thank you for your time.
Last on the list that I have in front of me is Michael Bowling, please. Thank you.
Good morning, President Creasy, Dr. Coons, and members of the board. My name is Michael Bowling, and I join you today as Chief Academic Officer in Stafford County Public Schools. Also, as proud former Virginia Department of Education employee for over 9 years. Last week, I submitted comments to the board regarding the accountability system. I hope that you were able to review those. Today, I'm going to turn my attention and focus on VDOE's implementation of legislative mandates. There is a disconnect between school divisions' needs and operational timelines and the VDOE's rollout of mandates. Virginia school divisions and professional educators operate at an astounding pace, which requires strategic planning far in advance of implementation. As such, school divisions count upon VDOE to provide consistent and timely processes, systems, and timelines that are mindful of their academic calendars and staff needs. I'll provide 2 examples of many. First and foremost are the tremendous requirements shouldered by Virginia's elementary teachers. with the implementation of the Virginia Literacy Act and 2 sets of new standards in the 24-25 school year. Knowing that the VLA needed to be implemented fully by next year, the department still made the decision to forego the typical crossover year of the standards implementation and fully implement standards in English and mathematics. At a time where we are struggling mightily to provide quality educators in each classroom, extensive training must be provided to teachers on the new standards. At the same time, they're required to complete an estimated 20+ hours of online modules to meet the requirements of the VLA. It takes tremendous time and effort to thoughtfully integrate new standards into division curricula and provide professional learning to teachers on the new standards is essential for teachers to implement with fidelity and for students to succeed. Missing from the rollout of the VLA are realistic timelines, consistency in messaging, and adequate resources. There have been numerous changes to previously communicated timelines and guidance, and the required VLA training modules for teachers are not yet completed. In fact, some of the modules are not scheduled to be completed until September 2024. Another example of the lack of timely guidance provided to school divisions is on school improvement efforts and the identification of federal support schools for the 23-24 school year. With the absence of guidance prior to the school year, Stafford conducted academic reviews and developed school improvement plans based on the requirements outlined in the standards of accreditation and previous VDOE guidance. It was not until February 2024 that VDOE informed divisions of new components required in the school improvement plans, and on February 28th, schools were notified of their federal support status. In addition, training on the grant application for federal funding occurred near the end of March.
Thank you so
The
much, Mr.
timeline-
Bowling.
I'm
Appreciate
wrapping it up. The timeline for had negative impacts on the use of federal
Thank you
funds.
so much.
On behalf of Virginia's 1.2 million students, I implore you
Thank you.
to work with us.
We appreciate your comments. Thank you. At this time, are there any other speakers in the audience that would like to be heard? Please, you can line up behind the podium.
Good morning, President Creasy, members of the board, and Dr. Coons. My name is Rodney Jordan. I'm the co-chair of the Virginia School Board's Task Force on Students in Schools in Challenging Environments and a past president of VSBA. In the few minutes I have available, I'd like to address 3 topics: accelerating positive student outcomes for students in challenging environments, the proposed school performance framework, and to an extended invitation for a board member or board members to a joint conversation with our task force. Upon the release of the 2020-2021 SOL test scores, the pandemic year, our task force issued a press release that included the following. For many, the pandemic era SOL test results are described as unprecedented. For too many schools in challenging environments, COVID-19 worsened structural inequities that have long produced a pandemic of unfinished learning. We called on school boards, legislators, Department of Education, and others to come together and address those inequities. We stand resolute in that position in terms of positive outcomes and having a focus on students in schools in challenging environments being at the top of the agenda. We find common ground with the proposed school performance framework on proficiency. With intentionality, our Task Force 3.0 report included a school-by-school review of student advanced proficient SOL performance as well as basic proficiency. We are leaning into that data, and we are encouraging school boards across the Commonwealth to give focus on accelerating student outcomes and closing student group performance gaps. Our task force also believes that student growth is important. We know this board does as well. Our recommendation is that the state board review projected school modeling of the framework, including illuminating projected impact on schools in challenging environments. While awaiting that data and being able to engage in courageous conversations around it, We recommend that proficiency and growth be weighted equally for school accreditation purposes. We will continue to recommend that school boards and school divisions set local SMART student outcome goals driven to accelerate student performance with high expectations. VSBA strongly believes in the importance of holding school divisions accountable for education outcomes for all students. And in closing, our task force has been around for about a decade. We've appeared before this board and the legislature several times. We have had the opportunity to have members of the board to come and meet with us. So I just like to extend that invitation again. We want to be collaborative. We want to stand together, and we want to work together collaboratively around improving student outcomes for all students. And last, I'd like to thank Dr. Coons. She has been engaged with us. We've been focused together on the right to read. Literacy is important, but I just want to drive home again that students in schools in challenging environments deserve our focus, and accelerating student outcomes should be what we're about collectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. My name is Dr. Candace Lucas. It's been a while since I've seen you, so good morning. I'm here to speak on behalf of special education and the genocide that is equal to the genocide in Rwanda that is going on in this Commonwealth. We have situations, and I've told you over and over, and I provided you with this document called the Critical Decision Points of Families of Children with Disabilities. This is a document you need to read every night, because it is the Bible from which every single school division, every single VDOE employee, including Lisa Coons, has violated. IDEA is a civil rights law. I've said that many a times. When you violate a civil rights law, it is a hate crime. When you deny someone access to voting because of their color, that is a racial hate crime. When you deny someone access to a building because of their disability, that is a disability hate crime. When you deny someone education because of their disability, that is a disability hate crime. Virginia has a culture of hate crime when it comes to individuals with disabilities. We have a senator that is running for office right now for re-election that's the head of the Education Committee, and I'm sure you know him well, very well, Ms. Holton. And he is running on the fact that education in Virginia is important. And he called out Betsy DeVos several years ago for not upholding IDEA when he's doing the exact same thing. We have issues going on right now, specifically in Goochland County and Powhatan County, where children with disabilities who have mental health issues are being criminalized by sheriffs, whom I'm sure you know very well, Ms. Creasy. They're being criminalized because of their mental health issues, and we're having to address these issues because IDEA is being violated. I did my research, and I share with you guys, I did my research on how Black mothers engage in racial battle fatigue when they navigate the educational system. That means they engage in trauma. They're subject to trauma. There's a book this book is called Kill Them Before They Grow, The Misdiagnosis of African-American Boys in Classrooms by Dr. Michael Porter. This book is a living testament as to what's going on in Virginia, the genocide of our children with disabilities. Now, the last thing I'm going to state is that our children are fighting for their lives. Our parents are fighting for their lives. Since Dr. Coons has become the head of this organization, our children and our situations have gotten worse. They've gotten worse, especially when we have a state superintendent who perjures herself by stating she never had a conversation with Kathy Halverson regarding her child when you did. And our child is still out of school.
Thank you very much.
So I'm wrapping up my
Thank you
statements
for
right
your
now. I'm
comments.
wrapping up my statements.
Thank you.
We need to go ahead and get things right for the Commonwealth and for our children. Thank you.
Let's start. Good morning, members of the board and Superintendent Coons. My name is Todd Truitt, and I'm here today as a parent from Arlington, Virginia. I first wanted to tout the advanced course middle school readiness factor before the board and its importance to the civil rights issue of every child having the opportunity to take algebra in 8th grade. Important to note is that Florida has a similar readiness factor they've had in place for over 10 years that's working very well there. I talked to the Florida Department of Education's head of accountability about the keys to success, which have been one, having this factor be only applicable to those students who pass the grade 7 math exam. 2, schools can offer another class for kids who pass math 7's exam, but don't want to take algebra. 3, schools can get a bonus for successfully accelerating a 7th grader who is ready. And 4, the point system is set such that a school district doesn't need to accelerate a kid who barely passed Math 7. Interesting things to note further are that the school districts that benefit the most are the ones performing poorly on mastery or growth. This factor allows them to boost their score by accelerating students who are ready. And B, Florida's middle school algebra pass rate is very similar to Virginia's, meaning it's not resulting in mass acceleration of kids who aren't ready. And the implementation should not be difficult for Virginia school districts. From what I see on VDOE's Build-A-Table, almost every Virginia school district already offers algebra in middle school. And as for an alternative course for kids in the denominator, Virginia school districts could offer a world geography class for high school credit. In fact, Arlington Public Schools has every 8th grader take world geography class for high school credit. As for the framework in general, I'm here today as a lifelong strong Democrat from deep blue Arlington to support the approval of this much needed system. The system in place today is inequitable in that you basically need an advanced degree to figure out how your school is performing academically. President Barack Obama touted setting high academic expectations and having accountability for schools' academic performance through transparency. Just last week, his Secretary of Education, Arne Duncan, was tweeting about the need for Virginia parents to have more transparent academic information, especially among our most vulnerable demographics. Going back over 8 years ago to the signing of the Every Student Succeeds Act, President Obama said, quote, "I want this not just because it's good for students themselves, not just because it's good for the communities involved, not only because it's good for our economy, because it really goes to the essence of what we are about as Americans." And then he said, "There's nothing more essential to living up to the ideals of this nation than making sure every child is able to achieve their God-given potential." The same would be applicable to the new Virginia system. Let's make it happen here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during public comment? Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion on the consent agenda?
Second.
Is there any discussion on this item?
President, just to
Ms. Holton?
are the dates in the item C about the calendar correct? There's been some back and forth since they were posted. If they're correct, then I have no objection to the consent.
Mr. Chapman has confirmed they are correct.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Rotherham.
Madam President, I have no objection to the consent agenda. I moved it, but I do want to know we have had a lot of meetings moved around the new schedule. I will not be unable to attend one, and I think I just wanted to note, I think it just behooves us to try with 9 members to try to land on a set of dates and stick with it. It matters for the public, and it matters for us in our own abilities to participate relative to other things we have going on in our lives.
Thank you. Other comments? Okay, Ms. Ashton. Yes, your vote. Ms. Kilgore? Dr. Northern? I guess Mr. Hansen is not on right now. Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
Dr. Siebert?
Aye.
Mr. Sturtevant? Ms. Holton? And chair votes aye. Okay, we will now move perhaps to the, oh, you're still there? I can't see you as part of it. You vote aye. Thank you, Mr. Hansen.
Still have a May meeting scheduled.
For when?
May.
Yes, the May meeting is May 21st. Are we ready for presentation H? Mr. Chapman, do you know presentation H is here? Okay, so we will move to I. And Mr. Chapman, are you presenting on this one?
Yes.
Thank you.
President Creasy, Vice President Hanson, members of the board, and Superintendent Coons. Thank you for having me here this morning. This item is one of the routine items we have before the Board of Education. Recently, the staff has sent out a call for nominations for the board's advisory committees. In this round, we do have nominees that we are presenting to you from the Advisory Board on Teacher Education and Licensure, the Early Childhood Advisory Committee, and the recently formed Virginia Advisory Committee on Advanced Learning. So we have those nominees presented to you, and the superintendent's recommendation is that the board waive first review and approve these nominations.
Okay, is there a motion to waive first review and approve the recommended nominees to fill the vacancies and expiring positions on ABTEL, ECAC, and VCAL?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore? Dr. Northern? Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
Dr. Siebert?
Aye.
Mr. Sturtevant?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay. And now we are moving to, are we going to item J then? Yes. Is Dr. Armstrong is not here yet, is he? All right, hold on one second. Yeah, we gotta. All right, if you guys could hold and we'll be in recess for 1 minute, please. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Madam President and board members. Happy to be with you this morning. And thank you for your attention and questions of our applicants for the lab school proposals on behalf of Emory and Henry College, George Mason University, Roanoke College, ODU Newport News, ODU Chesapeake, and Paul D. Camp that are before you for consideration today. All requested additional documentation and additional materials that were missing yesterday have now been provided to the board for your consideration. And I stand ready to answer any questions as you all consider approval of these 6 lab schools.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the lab schools applications?
Madam President, here's what
You're
I
out there.
propose, and I will make a motion. I propose we move items. I want to make sure I have these, that we move item J, M, N, and O in a block, which are 4, and then we hold back K and L, which is George Mason and Roanoke, because we have 2 board members who need to recuse on those 2. So I'm explaining, and then I'll make so I propose the first motion I will make will be the 4, and then I'll make a second motion subsequently on the other 2. Is that all right? So I move that we first and final review of the application J from Emory and Henry College, M from Old Dominion Newport News, the second one from Old Dominion Chesapeake, and finally item O, which is Paul D. Camp Community College.
Okay, any discussion? Ms. Holton?
Yes, thank you. Obviously, we heard extensively from these applicants yesterday, and I appreciated all of the creativity and okay, thank you. I appreciated all the great information we got from the applicants yesterday. I think several of these are very strong applicants. I do want to raise up. And I did review the additional financial documents and other documents that were provided to us at 5 a.m. this morning. Thank you. I am concerned. Based on that review, I still have concerns, particularly about the Roanoke College application. I think they've done some creative work, but I think that the financial sustainability is not where it needs to be yet. And that is a requirement of the legislation that we find.
Ms. Holton, since your comments are about Roanoke College particularly, can you save that for the action?
Because we're not on that
This is
motion
not,
yet.
yes.
Okay, thank you. As to the rest of them, I will just say, thank you, I apologize. As to the rest of them, I will say simply that as I did last month, I object with the applications we saw last month, I object on doing first and final review in one meeting, contrary to our norms, simply because the budget for these schools is so up in the air, and that I think it's potentially counterproductive. For the reasons I explained last month, I won't go further. So I will vote no, even though I think there are some terrific applications in there, because I don't think we should go first and final today.
We had a motion in the second. Do we have to do a vote on that motion to carry it?
It's a discussion of the motion. So yes, it will happen here in 1 second.
And I'd like to propose a friendly second. Andy, do we have the language, there was specific language we need
Yes.
on money?
If I can read that for you if you'd
Thank
like.
you.
So that everybody's clear, the Emory and Henry Lab School, we would be including awarding startup funds and up to $3,850,000 in per pupil funding from the College Partnership Lab School Fund. So that's $3,850,000 for Emory and Henry. Then it would be for Old Dominion Newport News would be startup funds and $2,205,000 in per pupil funding from the College Partnership Laboratory School Fund. In the ODU Chesapeake, it would be startup funds and up to $5.9 million in per pupil funding from the College Partnership Lab School Fund. And then for the Paul DeCamp Community College application, it would be startup funds and up to $1,728,000 per pupil funding from the College Partnership Laboratory Fund.
So moved.
Oh, and yes, and then additionally, we have to delegate to the president and the superintendent final negotiation on the contract of all of those.
Just an inquiry, are those the sums that were in the documents we
Yes, ma'am.
presented yesterday?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
nothing's changed about the
No,
number?
ma'am. Okay. Did we have a second of Andy's amended motion? Okay, so is there any further discussion there?
Yeah, I would like to say a couple of comments on these four, and I think on the remaining two, we should probably take them. It sounds like we should take them one by one. So,
Yep.
and we'll ultimately have 3 votes. Just a couple of comments. I mean, like, first of all, there's a responsibility these schools are taking on. They know that. And so and we're asking people to make 5-year funding plans. We've talked about, yes, these circumstances are going to change. It's incumbent on these schools to appreciate the responsibility that they're taking on. Running K-12 schools is an important responsibility. I think they understand that because of the process they've been through. We're doing this on first and final, but it's important to note that these have been through the lab committee process. They've been through pre-review processes with the staff and the fantastic work that Dr. Armstrong is doing. The Attorney General has signed off on sort of aspects of it. The Attorney General, they don't make any warranties on sort of the quality of the proposal and so forth, but they go through to make sure they are compliant and so forth. So these are not sort of coming to us and we're sort of figuring out if we want to do it or not. We're at the end of a long and robust process. And Ms. Holden, I understand your objections sort of, but I don't actually entirely. And I just want to say, I think everybody knows there's a disagreement about funding and there's some different views on what the next budget for the Commonwealth should look like. I just don't believe we have a responsibility. There's been money allocated. If we wait for the General Assembly to figure this out, we may be waiting for a while. There's a lot of work, as with some other stuff on our agenda today. We can't be hostage to that. We have to move forward. And so I think I understand the objection, but I'm not sure what difference waiting makes, other than keeping a lot of people who are doing a lot of work and trying to move forward for kids, keeping them stuck in this larger limbo when we do have the authority as a board to move forward now.
Dr. Siebert?
I also the presentations yesterday were fantastic. Anybody watching or here today who didn't have the opportunity, these are incredibly thoughtful, very deliberate plans, really focused on providing innovative opportunities. And there's going to be, not only are there the benefit for the students and the programs and many places, the workforce developments, there's going to be incidental benefits from these approaches. One of those incidental benefits is going to be the more that we have higher education and business partners, et cetera, in our schools, the more they will see the tremendous work our schools are doing. So I'm very excited about not just the proposals and the plans and what's going to happen, but I think that these kinds of collaboration partnerships will have incidental benefits that will ripple for years. And so I think they're very thoughtful. Again, kudos to Mr. Armstrong, Dr. Armstrong and his team, the tremendous feedback provided, iterative process of applications, guidance, site visits, et cetera. Very thorough, very robust process. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. We will proceed to the vote. Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore?
Aye.
Dr. Northern? Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
Dr. Siebert?
Aye.
Mr. Sturtevant?
Aye.
Ms. Holton? And chair votes aye. Okay. All right. And now, Mr. Rotherham, your second motions. Would you like for me to read the official? Okay. Yep. So I'd like to have a motion to waive first review and approve the GMU Lab School application for 5 years with annual reviews to delegate to the president and the superintendent. Final negotiation of the lab school contract, including awarding the startup funds and up to $3,360,000 in per pupil funding from the College Partnership Laboratory School Fund in accordance with the board's guidelines. Ms. Ashton.
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore. Dr. Northern. Mr. Hanson. Mr. Rotherham. Dr. Siebert.
Aye.
Mr. Sturdivant. Ms. Holton. And chair votes aye. Okay. Item L. First, is there a motion to waive first review and approve the Roanoke College Lab School application for 5 years with annual reviews and to delegate to the president and the superintendent final negotiation of the lab school contract, including awarding startup funds and up to $2,380,000 in per pupil funding from the College Laboratory School Fund in accordance with the board's guidelines. Okay. Is there any discussion here?
On this one, I think a thing we've kind of glossed over with this, we're talking about 5 years and 5-year plans is the annual reviews. I know there's, questions have been raised about, this application is fully compliant with the sustainability requirements of how the lab school law works, but this is not sort of 5 years and come back and tell us how it went. There are going to be annual reviews and so forth. And so I think this is an innovative idea. It's an innovative school and collaboration. And so I think it's exciting that we're moving forward.
Ms. Holton.
Thank you. I cast no aspersions on the program. I'm only concerned about the financial sustainability. And I do point out that this is a fairly new application, just came to the, I believe, initial submission in February of 24, came before the Lab School Committee in April. The Lab School Committee, unlike in all the prior applications we've seen, has accelerated their process for reasons I understand, but it means that they deferred to us the final decision on whether these lab schools have met these criteria, and specifically as to Roanoke College raised questions about the financial viability, suggested that there needed to be additional submissions. We got those, some of them at 5 o'clock this morning. And I have remaining concerns about the financial viability. I want these schools to be successful. The whole concept of the legislation is, and the budget model is that the state will support these schools for a limited time period, and then they're expected to be able to have financial sustainability over the longer haul without the lab school funding. And all the other applicants we've seen had significant local contribution and or combinations of local contribution, fast forward funding, dual enrollment, state dual enrollment funding, all of which provides sustainability over the longer haul. Roanoke College has none of those. Their financial proposals include a lot of applying for federal and state grants. Unspecified grants are by their very nature not sustainable. They're like the lab school money. They're intended for a startup, not for a sustainable piece. And I just don't see it. I'm concerned that in our haste to get these done quickly, we're lowering the standards for what we've seen in the rest of the lab schools just to get it done fast. And this one, I think maybe they can go back and figure out a way to get more sustainable funding from one of those sources or from some other source, or maybe they can show us some more specifics. But I did read the documents we got this morning, and they're, huge chunks of the sustainability plan are nothing more than wishful thinking at this point. And for those reasons, I would send it back to the Lab School Committee and or at the very least accept it on first review and allow the Roanoke College partners to come tell us more to help us understand the financial sustainability before we make a final decision.
Mr. Hanson.
Appreciate the comments, but all due respect, the committee has reviewed this significant fashion at many hours with the applicant. The staff has as well. And as I said yesterday, the sustainability plan, I think meets any standard that we need to hit. And I have the full confidence in the partnership, the track record of the district and the other partners to get us where we need to be. And I think with the appropriate oversight that is embedded in each of these projects and with the ongoing strength that the department will bring and their good counsel to the applicant, I just would strongly reject the need to go back to the committee for further review. I feel like we voted on this, we approved it, and the committee felt with the majority that we were in a good place with this one.
If I may just, if I understand correctly what.
Hold on, Andy was next. Mr.
Sorry.
Rotherham.
Well, I'll yield to Ms. Holton. She wants to respond
Ms. Holton.
at this point, and then.
I'm happy.
Okay, so I have two things I just want to, one is just a point of clarification, which is we got the documents at 5 a.m. But as Dr. Armstrong indicated yesterday, they were available yesterday. We didn't get them for a technical reason. Roanoke.
No,
College provided them.
they were on the SharePoint site.
Yeah.
It was my choice to email to you at 5 a.m. the documents. They had been on the SharePoint site.
They were not on the SharePoint site yesterday afternoon when I looked.
Okay, but I'm
Not to back and forth, but I asked Dr. Armstrong where they were and they weren't.
Right. My points, I just don't want to, I want to make sure the public is clear. We did not get documents at 5 a.m. for a vote later that morning. Roanoke College went through the process and submitted the additional stuff that was asked for in a timely way. We had a technical issue on sort of when and where, but these documents existed and so forth in advance. I want to make sure no one's under some kind of misimpression that there was documents coming in at being created at 5 a.m. this morning. On the larger point, I do just want on the funding, and this is, I'm speaking just as one board member. Yes, we need sustainability plans. Roanoke has a sustainability plan. These other schools do. I do hope at some point though, and I'm speaking just, this is a point of personal privilege, that we decide that creating innovative schools of choice and giving parents more options and expanding the footprint of public education by creating more public schools is something that we do continue to fund at the state level or in this comprehensive reform of how we fund schools that I'm optimistic we're going to be able to accomplish, that's a part of it, because it is peculiar that we talk an awful lot about spending. We need to spend, and we can't have an accountability system if we don't spend. We can't address low performing schools if we don't spend. And then this is the one thing where suddenly like safe funding is verboten. That just strikes me as very peculiar. And so I do hope, speaking as one board member, that we can continue at the state level to find the will to expand the footprint of public education, not continue to let it contract by creating options like the ones we're talking about this morning.
Ms. Holton.
It is my understanding that the legislation requires these schools to be funded quite generously by the state for a 4-5-year startup period and then to be sustainable. And that is on us to make that decision. On this round of applications, unlike all the prior rounds, the process at the lab school committee stage was accelerated on the expectation and the understanding that certain questions were being deferred to us. And as I said, on the Roanoke application in particular, the financial status, they did not pass. As I understand it, there was a contested vote, a 3-2 decision in the lab school committee to accelerate the process, but that these applications were passed unanimously onto us with contingencies. And this one had a contingency as to financial sustainability. So that's on us to decide. I have no doubt that Roanoke submitted the documents in timely fashion, but we, the board, got them at the last minute. And that, that's not on Roanoke, but we didn't have access to them until today. That's my only point. And now, having reviewed them, which I'm happy to have had the opportunity to do, the gaps in funding for this one are out of line with all the others. And I just invite the committee as we go forward. And I understand there are going to be potentially quite a few more lab school. Quite a few more applications may be coming to us before the end of the fiscal year, that if so, let's get them clean and solid, and let's see that they meet this financial sustainability criteria. And really, I think the committee ought to be making that a recommendation as to that rather than deferring to us. But if they are going to defer to us, then we need to see the evidence. And this one is simply not comparable to the other applications we've seen. Thank you.
Okay, I don't agree with that's a fair point, and we can, I think,
Mr.
go
Rotherham.
down Roanoke, Madam President, but I do want to make a point that we did vote 3-2 to change the process. That was in part to address redundancies. And there becomes a question of how much process do we need? And were we asking applicants to essentially go through multiple meetings to confirm the same things? Or did we have a more coherent process where people were moving forward from beginning to end? That's, deference to staff time. That's deference to the time of the educators who are coming together to do this. In many cases, traveling to be with us. And so it was an effort to, and if we look back through the process, I think there was a lot of learning on some things that maybe didn't go in an optimal way in terms of the applicant experience, in terms of efficiency at the state level. And so that was, and there was a disagreement at the committee about sort of how much process should we have, especially considering, as you point out, Ms. Holden, appropriately, the final judgment rests with this board. And so on the question we're talking about right now with Roanoke, do we have confidence in their ability to pull off what they say they're going to pull off? That ultimately rests with this board. So those changes were made, and 2 board members felt like we needed more process, and 3 felt like we could streamline the process and still accomplish the same goal. And it is, as you note, the Roanoke application then was advanced, I believe, unanimously. Is that correct, Dr. Armstrong?
That's correct.
Unanimously with conditions.
Whoa, Ms. Holton.
Sorry, unanimously with conditions. And that's all I'm talking about here is the conditions. And I just will say, and I promise by way of final comment, none of this casts aspersions on the program. I think Roanoke and its partners have been creative, and it's an interesting proposal, and I hope it is successful. That's it.
I go ahead, Mr. Rotherham.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'll underscore what I said at the beginning, like this, there's some risk here. I think we should be, as every lab school we're going to create through this process going to thrive, despite our best efforts? Probably not. It is difficult to run schools, as anybody who's been involved can talk about. And so we should go into it with that, and we should also go into it. We can revisit history. We had for a lot of years, we had schools that were taking federal money for charter schools. They would run them for 3 years, and these schools would stop because of how the program is structured. We are doing our best as a committee, and it is ultimately incumbent on these universities to live up to their responsibility to do this. I'm confident that Roanoke is serious about what they're trying to do here, and that yes, the fiscal plan, and just given the nature of where they are and so forth, but given their fundraising, given the capital campaign they're just coming out of and so forth, that they can do this. And I think it is worth the risk, but that's something every board member will have to decide for themselves.
If there are no further comments, I'd like to proceed to a vote. Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore? Dr. Northern? Mr. Hanson? Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
Dr. Siebert?
I recuse.
Mr. Sturtevant?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
No.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. At this time, I think we're going to go to the Student Advisory Board, unless we can do that. Okay. Let's go to item P then, with first and final review of Virginia Literacy Act professional development list.
Good morning, President Creasy, Dr. Coons, and members of the board. The Virginia Literacy Act, passed by the Virginia legislature in 2022 and expanded in 2023, focuses on improving literacy outcomes for all students in the Commonwealth.
The Department of Education surveyed school divisions with over 96 responses, and over 1/3 of the respondents indicated that they have used language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling, or commonly referred to as letters, training over the last 24 months to prepare teachers for VLA implementation. Another 25% indicated that they have used Orton Gillingham training to prepare teachers. And 50% of the respondents stated that they plan to have used the additional training through the Virginia Literacy Partnership teacher modules. Both letters, science of reading courses, and OG are recognized and accredited by the International Dyslexia Association. VDOE has partnered with UVA to create a capstone module that will be required if a school division uses letters or OG training options that will supplement the research basis of letters and Orton Gillingham. It is important that all Virginia teachers understand how evidence-based research applies to Virginia's law specifically and how to implement this law effectively. Letters, Volume 1 and OG through MZ and BrainSpring specifically were requested from divisions, and they support the requirements of the VLA for training in the science-based reading research and evidence-based literacy instructional practices. The VLP module on implementation will be required to cover, again, the Virginia Literacy Act specific details. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve Letters Volume 1 and Orton Gillingham to be considered as alternatives to the state prescribed VLP training. The department will continue to recommend that all educators complete the VLA modules on implementation. This module will be available by June 1st of this year and will be promoted to school divisions through the Canvas Learning Management System. School divisions will be asked to include their implementation module in the division literacy plans due to the department July 1st, 2024.
Are there any questions here? Dr. Northern?
So I'm a big fan of letters, so I fully support including letters. I think that the research there is very strong, and other states have also seen increases through the use of that PD. Am I understanding correctly that Wilson, UFLI, and Lexia would also be approved part of the PD?
We're recommending letters and OG.
Just those two? Okay, so those three that the districts also reported using wouldn't be included. Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, can I, in follow up to that?
Ms. Holton?
Those three would not be on the approved list at this point.
Correct.
And Dr. Northern, you know this better than I. Is that consistent with your understanding of the evidence base on those?
Dr. Northern?
Unfortunately, I don't know the research behind those three programs like I do on letters. I have heard good things about Orton Gillingham, but unfortunately, I don't know the research as well on those three. I can't speak to it, unfortunately.
Madam President.
Mr. Rotherham?
Just a point of clarification. We're not disproving anyone today.
Right.
We're just approving these two.
Correct.
Okay.
Dr. Siebert?
We've heard a lot, and we understand that we have put a lot on teachers in schools because we had a bolus of work that we had to move through. Thankfully, Virginia is moving in the direction of the science of reading, boldly doing great work. The Commonwealth is moving forward. There are a large number of divisions who were already out front, already doing this work. And so, like, sometimes if you go hiking, you might need to course correct between true north and magnetic north. So if that's fine, but you don't go back to where you started from to start the hike over again. So I think it's incredibly important with these training things and the other provisions we make for school divisions that were already out front. This capstone piece to help close the gap, to help make a little course correction is very good because it honors the great work that's already being done in many divisions and the tremendous training that teachers have already endured in many divisions and the work they are already doing. So I'm very thankful that we're looking at opportunities to not make people go back to the starting point to start over again. So I think that is really good. I think first of all, it makes sense from an organizational perspective. I think it makes sense from not piling on our teachers who are already doing great work, who've already been through tons of training, and who are already advancing the science of learning at a very high rate. So I move adoption.
Okay, so the motion would be to approve Letters Volume 1 and Orton Gillingham to be considered as alternatives to the state prescribed VLP training. Is that your motion, Dr. Siebert?
Yes.
I need a second.
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore?
Aye.
Dr. Northern? Mr. Hanson? Mr. Rotherham? Dr. Siebert?
Aye.
Mr. Sturtevant?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, thank you
you.
so much.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to move to back to a presentation we skipped over earlier this morning. And that is going to be item H, which is a present.
While we are doing that, can we thank UVA for coming all this way from Charlottesville to support that item? Thank you guys very much.
We are going to have our presentation from our Student Advisory Board, and I'm very excited about this. Back in 2022, the General Assembly reestablished the Student Advisory Board. The Student Advisory Board consists of 8 members appointed by the governor, each of whom is a high school senior from a different superintendent region. The Student Advisory Board has the purpose of providing student perspectives on matters before the board. These students are tasked with meeting at least semi-annually and making a presentation to the board that includes analysis of and recommendations on matters before the board or that students deem relevant. Today, we welcome students from the Student Advisory Board to present their annual presentation to the board, and it is my understanding they have 2 presentations. And speaking specifically about those presentations, we want to make sure that it's very clear that these presentations are solely created by the students and represent their ideas. So these are the representations of our students, and we are glad to have them before us today. So we regularly hear from professional organizations, school divisions, educators, and parents, and I'm so delighted to have this opportunity to elevate the voices of our students. And the first presentation will be on the College and Career Accelerator, but I would also ask all of you if you would come to the podium and introduce yourselves as you begin your presentation. Thank you. And when you guys introduce yourselves, if you could please let us know what school you go to and also what region you are representing. Thank you.
Hello, our presentation is on college and career accelerator programs. I'm Lance Topanta. I'm from Salem, Virginia, and I'm representing Region 6.
Hello, I'm Jordanos Mogus, and I'm representing Region 4. I go to West Potomac High School.
Hello, my name is Preston Riddle. I go to Halifax County Public Schools, and I'm representing Region 8.
Hi, my name is Arrow Brooks. I'm your Region 7 representative, and I go to John Battle High School.
So what our presentation is focusing on today is CTE and AP classes. These are both very helpful and important ways for high school students to be prepared for what they're going to do after they graduate. So first, starting with CTE or career and technical education classes, these are not widely available in the country or in Virginia itself. We have seen some improvement, for example, in the 2020 to 2021 school year, where we went from 7.5 million to 8.3 million high school students having taking these types of classes. However, if we are able to expand this by a large margin, then we'll have more high school students actually engaged in what they're learning and prepared for their post-high school careers or educations. Then with AP classes and exams, these have a very large money barrier. So some AP classes have a fee that you have to pay because of supplies that might be necessary. This is especially seen in AP art classes where there's more supplies that are needed. and that discourages students from taking them to begin with. And then the exams themselves, each exam that you take is $98. And even if you get the College Board to help you pay for subsidize part of your fee, it's still about $50 per exam. And even with that, that's still a very large amount. Even if you're just taking two and your family has to pay $100 for these two exams when you're already struggling to make ends meet. So that is a major thing that we want to fix in the state, so that students are more engaged and prepared for their post-high school education or career. So on the graph on the left, you can see the dropout rates from grades 7 to 12 from 2002 to 2023. You can see that there has been a good trend where less and less people are dropping out of school. However, in the last 10 years, we've seen a reversal of this trend. We've seen that more students are now starting to drop out. And you can see, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic in 2019 and 2020, there is a noticeable change in the graph in the line of best fit, where we can see that more students are now dropping out of school. And this is something that we need to change if we want the youth of the Commonwealth to be prepared for their future. And college and career accelerator pathways are a very helpful way to solving this issue.
To tag off of what you already just said, I feel like a big issue is there's not much classroom engagement. I'm in classes right now where teachers just give us assignments on a computer and tell us to, just go have at it. And when I'm not getting engagement with the teacher, I'm uninterested. And, with the CTE education, the teachers don't want their trade to die. The teachers are looking for kids that want to actually pursue a career in this field. And that's something that's really got to change, I feel like. And different pathways. Kids are always going to go different ways. And I've heard many times from guidance counselors that I won't be successful in life if I don't go to college. I actually only plan on going to a 2-year community college for a welding degree. And that's got to change. There's specialized positions that don't need a college education. And another thing, one of the things that we discussed was getting some dual enrollment opportunities in high school for something other than just, the kids that are academically excelled. What if we got kids that wanted to be general contractors, we got them dual enrolled with the community college. They can go to work out of high school, because in my region, 18% of the kids below the age of 18 are in poverty. And they can't even afford to pay for dinner at night, let alone a 2-year community college to go get a job, or a 4-year college. So if we can get the industry credentials right out of high school, we'll cut poverty in half and produce way more jobs in Virginia.
And to add off of this, what we would be doing is, aside from CTE, we would be providing subsidies for AP exams, which would help with college readiness and advancement. Colleges frequently look at things, indicators of success, such as AP exams, AP exam scores, AP exam enrollment when looking at colleges. By providing subsidies in order to pay for these AP exams and making them more widespread across poverty stricken parts of Virginia, we would be providing these groups that have been unable to pay for these opportunities in order to go to college. We would be providing them with a new opportunity in order to advance towards college and in life in general.
And with the student experience, a lot of schools have amazing CTE programs, but they're not widely known about by every student. And this can come from communication between guidance and the students early on. Like, we need to start showing students what our schools have by maybe 6th grade, 7th grade. And this can also be shown at job fairs, showing kids what they can do in their life if they take these certain CTE classes. And also CTE availability isn't equally distributed amongst the counties in Virginia, whereas a low income county may not have the same opportunities as a higher income. And as previously mentioned, the high cost barrier for the AP exams, which is $98 per test, which is a huge cost, which if you're taking upwards of 6 AP classes, your family may not be able to contribute that much money. And also the cost for some CTE classes and materials like consumable energy, as in the oil for mechanics or the hair product for cosmetology. Not a lot of schools have enough funding to be able to get these students to actually work. And specifically at my school, we have a program which allows students to get their associate's degrees straight out of high school while still taking classes. And it's through our local community colleges. And if you're planning on getting a 4-year degree, it cuts that down to 2.5 years, which saves families a lot of money. And I would like to see this more spread out through Virginia, because I know that not every high school has this opportunity.
So me and my team, we have talked and we've came up with some solutions that we think would really help. And one of them is to expand the CTE courses. So like we were talking about, they're not as open to kids. Maybe if we backed up some of the high school classes and started taking them in middle school, what if we could lower the age of some of these classes? So I was in the building trades class, but I had to be a sophomore to take it. I took it as a sophomore. I feel like we could get extra experience. We could get more credentials for the kids if they were able to take it younger. We could, health sciences and STEM academies, all that stuff. And kids that are interested in the sciences, they're interested in the medical field, if they can start at a younger age, get more knowledge, they'll be more apt to get a better job.
So when looking at CTE courses and programs, we looked at both large-scale solutions and small-scale solutions. For example, a small-scale solution would be to provide more grants and scholarships for students interested in these programs. So by lowering the initial cost while attending these programs, we would be opening the gates to many more students that wouldn't be able to pay for these programs without it. A more large-scale idea would be to expand community college and high school partnerships. So as Virginia has done with lab schools, we've heard that there were 6 more lab schools approved, I believe, recently. And there are many examples of this, such as at VCU. By expanding partnerships between community colleges and high school partnerships, we could provide the opportunity to have more programs that a high school student could graduate high school with an associate's degree, such as in Preston's High School, or we could provide more courses and provide opportunities, and not just what the students would be taking there, but it also opens their minds to the possibility of higher education, because they would be seeing that this is a possible route, as it may not be very apparent to them before then. Additionally, more focused on the college aspect of this, a possibility in order to help increase the possibility of college for many Virginian students would be AP exam fee subsidies. So 34 states already provide partial funding for AP exams for low-income students, while 6 states fully cover this cost. In my school district, for example, AP exams are fully covered, which is a great thing because I have taken a lot of them, and it would be a lot of money without it. So by providing this, you are encouraging students to look towards college as something that is possible for them and more affordable, because you would be going into college with a lot of credits. So it wouldn't be a large cost necessarily, but you could start off small, and we do have available funds in order to do this. We have a general fund revenue surplus, which has been occurring for the past couple of years and has been a trend that Virginia has been following, which totaled $5.1 billion in 2023. Plus, there is a reserve fund, which usually Virginia doesn't like to dive into it, but I feel like in this case, it would be appropriate in order to invest for the future of Virginia. And that is it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Do you guys have any questions for us?
Okay, and yeah, please, if the board has any questions for our students who have just presented, please proceed. Question? Ms. Holton?
So great job. I teach graduate students and have them produce policy proposals, and yours would absolutely be on a par with the great work I see them do. So really terrific. Thank you. And I think it's substantively a great proposal. And I hope we can hear from the superintendent at the appropriate time. What, if anything, we can do to help accelerate it? I did have one question. You said that 34 states do some funding of AP exam costs. Virginia is not currently one of them. Is that right? I mean, the localities may, but the state doesn't.
Yeah, Virginia is not one of them. And this is according to the College Board. And Virginia is one of 16 states that does not provide any type of financial help for AP exams.
And perhaps the administration can help us know whether that's something that's in the current budget discussions between the governor and the General Assembly or not. But if you all have any opportunity to help advance this cause with your legislators, I encourage you to do so. Thanks.
Madam President.
Mr. Sturdivant?
I know you all mentioned what region you're from. I know one young man, he said he was from Halifax County. Can you tell me exactly what city and county that you all are from? City as well as county. I know you're from Halifax.
Oh, I'm from South Boston.
South Boston, okay.
I'm from Salem, Virginia.
Oh, sorry.
I'm from Washington County and Bristol.
Washington County, okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm from Alexandria City in Fairfax County.
Thank you.
These two.
Ms. Kilgore?
I was going to ask for these two gentlemen to introduce
Oh,
themselves.
they're going to in just a
Okay.
second.
I was just going to say, as a retired high school teacher, I'm sitting over here just being with pride for all of you, because I know it takes a lot of nerve to get up and do this in front of adults. And I'm so proud of all of you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your really, really good ideas.
Dr. Northern?
So kudos on the presentation. I love that you guys weren't reading from notes. You were actually presenting without the aid of notes. I love that you didn't have a lot of verbal tics like, I just found that you guys were quite poised in your comments. My one substantive question is whether or not you still see a stigma around CTE. For a long time, it was seen as not as rigorous a path, and kids who did that weren't as smart, or so on and so forth. So do you see at your age that the stigma around CTE is changing, or do you think it's just the same as it's always been?
I think it is absolutely changing. My parents were skeptical about me going to the CTE center because back when they were in school, all the bad kids went to the CTE center. There's still, honestly, there's still a stigma around it. There's still a stigma around going to college. It's definitely changing, because I'm seeing kids that back in middle school, they were like, I'll never go to the CTE center. Now they're in class with me, loving it. Working with your hands really will change your life. I really do think that. And it's changing for the better.
Other questions? Mr. Rotherham?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that comment. I appreciate your candor. And I mean, the reality is, if you look at the data, you'll make more money as a welder than you'll make going to college and studying certain things. Like we still talk about this in these blunt terms like college or career, when in fact it's what career are you talking about? What college are you talking about? What major are you talking about at that college and that sort of thing. So I applaud that. I'm glad we're making progress. My question just for you guys is just, I'd be very interested in your candid take. What we struggle with is, like you have on your slides, like diversified paths after high school. And what sometimes happens is what you think you want to do at 15 or 16 is not necessarily what you want to do at 20 or 21. And so like exposing you all to these different things, allowing you to get credentials like the one you're getting in welding and other ones, but then also allowing you to change your mind if you decide when you're, and this goes both ways. If you decide when you're 19 that going to college isn't actually what you should have done and you should be pursuing some other post-secondary path, or if you are 19, you decide, actually, you know what, I would like to maybe go to community college, or I'd like to go to a 4-year college. What do you all want from us by way of like information, tools, help? Now, what can we do? Because it's really hard to make any kind of a decision like when you're 16 about your life. Look, it's hard to make decisions about your life when you're in your 50s, but it's especially hard, you know, when you're young. So what do you need from us to help you all as you think about this?
So something we've discussed that we think would be really helpful is being able, as Arrow mentioned earlier, to do CTE classes earlier. So you're given more time to experiment. And one way to provide that to more students is to provide pathways where you can do some high school classes earlier, such as doing an algebra class in middle school, so that your schedule is freed up in your high school years and you're able to either do a more advanced math class or diversify into an AP class maybe that you hadn't heard about before, or to do like multiple CTE classes just to see which one fits your interests and one that you would like to continue in, especially because some CTE classes have internships built into them or apprenticeships built into them. So when you're able to do something like that, you can see before you leave high school what you would want to actually continue in, and you're more prepared for life after high school.
And I just wanted to add I had a chance to talk with my CTE coordinator from my high school, and she told me about the school that she went to. Forgive me, I forgot the name of it, but they allow their students to pick a certain career path that they want to go to. And they take classes that are catered towards it, stuff like that. Like if you're taking an English class, you would learn how to read a manufacturing book about a certain car or something like that. And with you not knowing what you want to do at the age of 15 and wanting to change your mind, they allowed you one back out, like if you wanted to change your career. But they just had almost a streamlined process of getting kids into a certain career path that they wanted to do, which I think is a great program.
Can I?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and necessarily a 15 to 16-year-old person will not know what they want to do. I'm 18 going into college and I don't know what I want to do. So it just comes down to a support system, which if any of this gets implemented, like all of these subsidies, all these CTE programs, it would change a lot of how school systems work. But it would also change a lot of the opportunities that you have, what you could really do in your life. And what it really comes down to is having someone there. Guidance counselors are really, really helpful. And in some cases, they're not. But there needs to be some additional support in that area, because a student needs to be able to go to someone and be like, okay, I'm going to get out of my zone of comfort and go into CTE and see how that works, or go into AP classes and see if I like going the academic route. But they need somebody there in order to guide them and provide that additional support, which may lead to additional jobs for guidance counselors in Virginia if we expand upon what is possible for students in Virginia.
And I would also add that, at least at my school, we also have our guidance counselors and a college and career specialist. And having a specific person you can go to that provides you information about opportunities that you can do while you're in high school or that you can do over the summers, is really helpful for getting people prepared for whatever they want to do. For example, I heard about this opportunity from my college and career specialist, and she's just a really good resource for finding out about the classes that are offered at the school, or if you want to go into a 2 or 4 year college, if you want to go into the military or go directly into a trade school or into whatever career you're interested in.
Dr. Siebert, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Just one more thing to add on to that. I think maybe an exploratory class or more job fairs at a younger age, like the middle school age, so kids can explore different job paths and sort of figure out what they want to do. That might be something.
Dr. Siebert, you had a question?
I think, from our position and from the profession, one thing we can do is acknowledge that really careers aren't pathways anymore. They're clusters of careers. And within a cluster of careers, there's different levels that require different trainings and different things. So we really need to get the idea that there are career clusters and you can operate within them and not be set on a path. My question for you and also when you guys get a turn, I'd be interested in your thoughts on it too. Imagine a world where in the Commonwealth of Virginia, you didn't have to have 180 days of 50 minutes to get a credit, or 90 days of 90 minutes to get a credit. And instead you could demonstrate your learning and capabilities in a particular content area sooner or differently. What other career path or other academic area would you have taken a class in if there had been room in your schedule because of flexibility that could have been provided from what we refer to as seat time requirements?
Probably a large equipment operation would be one. I've seen actually several CTE centers in the state have those. I think Staunton or Stafford, one of the two. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, okay. They do very well. Actually, last weekend I was just at the Skills USA state competition, and I was watching some of them run them machines, and it's crazy.
And the heavy equipment coordinator in that CTE program, I taught him.
That's all for me. You guys want some?
Well, is the question like personally, what would I take if I had more?
Look at that program of studies you enjoy in Salem. What other things in it would you like to have taken if you had had room in your schedule because of flexibility earlier on?
I probably would have taken I'm not sure earlier on, but right now, I think I would have taken the AP Econ class. They have AP Macro and AP Micro in the same year, and I would have taken that. I didn't have room because I'm in band, and I would also take a creative writing class because that's more of a passion of mine rather than something I want to do as a job, because it's just something I would like to explore.
I believe that I would have taken a class catered towards engineering because I don't really know I would love to go into engineering, but right now my major is political science. And I feel like if I would have taken a class to explain the processes, what they do and stuff like that, maybe it would have changed my mind.
I think that type of structure would have probably led me to do something, to at least take a few more classes that are more specialized in the career field that I want to go into. So I'm majoring in computer science. So if I had that type of structure, I might have taken more classes that are more specific. So AI or cybersecurity, like that type of thing, so that I know the exact part of computer science that I would want to do when I graduate college, or even that I might minor in college.
Madam Chair, can I address it again? Because I'm sitting here being kind of giddy. I forgot to say, and they get tired of me always telling the story probably, but I was a CTE teacher. So this is so exciting to me to hear your enthusiasm for how you wish you could take more CTE courses, or how you want other students in the future to have the opportunity. And so as far as what you want to be when you quote unquote grow up, a lot of school systems, and what I did every semester as a CTE teacher was had students take skills assessment tests or an aptitude test. And I always stressed to them that, a lot of times students your age will look at the dollar sign for a future career, which is not a bad thing. But I would always stress to them, you know, if you're not happy, if you're not using your natural born skills in whatever career you choose, and you only choose it based on the dollar sign, you probably won't be happy, and you probably won't want that to be your career. So I don't know how many of your schools do that. I think that should be a statewide thing. As a CTE teacher, I was an elective teacher, so I didn't have every student, but the ones that I did have every semester, the new ones had to take an aptitude test. But that have helped you, or when you were younger, to see what your natural born skills were. Not that you can't choose a career if you're not naturally, you know, leaning that way skill wise or aptitude wise, but do you understand how that kind of makes sense, that you probably want to be in a career that you use the skills you're naturally born to be good at?
I don't really think like a test could prepare you for whatever you choose in the end, because if you give someone a test in sixth grade, they're not going to be the same person after they finish high school. And I feel like at the end of high school, you will have a better idea of who you are as a person. I think maybe then you could have talks in between counselors, or have or job fairs that are already provided,
Yes.
they do a good job. But I don't think a test can really put you in a path that you won't stray from.
Well, I didn't mean one
Yeah.
specific path. I meant like
Or a
I was
cluster,
thinking
yeah.
career clusters that, you know, use the skills more readily.
Yeah, I mean, you develop a lot of skills and you discover a lot of skills while you're in high school.
And I taught high school, so I didn't finish middle
Yes.
school. So yeah.
I'd like to tag on to that. I feel like knowing a career path will teach you responsibility as well. You know, especially in our generation, we're one of a dying breed. We're responsible individuals, and a lot of times the kids our age won't do anything. And if they had something like a good reason to, you know, get up, brush your teeth in the morning, get ready to go to school, go to work, looking forward to something that they'd like to do, I feel like that would definitely help.
I agree.
Okay, one final question for you all before we move to the next presentation. Tell me a little bit about, just briefly, your current exposure to being introduced to different pathways. So, for example, did your middle school have an assembly one day and that was it? Or did you have other opportunities to talk about what you could get into maybe in middle school as you transition to high school? What did that look like for you all as we try to think about how to frame some future opportunities to actually get to where you all are hoping that we go?
So if my memory serves me correctly, in middle school, we had some teachers for elective classes come from the high school to talk to us about what they taught. And also maybe it was counselors that were teaching us about those things. There's also an electives fair each year. One thing that I definitely think is helpful at my school is that we have an academy program in Fairfax County. So every year the academy teachers will send out students throughout our high school, or they'll advertise it to the middle schools to make sure that people are aware of these classes, because just because they're not at your base school, it doesn't mean you can't do them, especially if it's a program that you are already interested in and you've maxed out the possibilities at your own school. It allows you to explore more. So that's a really helpful thing that I think being more widespread would be beneficial to the Commonwealth.
I believe that it may have been my 7th or 8th grade year, our middle school had a kind of job fair, career expo type of thing where local businesses came and talked to us. But you can do that and you'll have some kids paying attention and listening, but then there are other kids that all they're thinking about is what they're going to go play after school or go do this, go do that. They're not really thinking about what their career is going to look like in the future. And also our guidance counselors at my school in particular never really came to us saying, hey, this is what we have. This is what you can do if you want to go to this career pathways. One of the biggest things I think that we should start implementing is getting more information to the parents. Because if the information gets to the parents, then they'll talk to them about it at home, and maybe they'll actually be like, hey, this is something that I want to do. This is interesting to me.
Well, at Salem High School, I don't feel like there's too much emphasis on like counselors like talking to you individually. I mean, it's also very difficult. It's a lot of people, but I think it's more of like very broad talks. And like I think in middle school, I took one of like those tests where you like get put into a career cluster. It's nothing I'm interested in now, but I feel like it's also very difficult to address it because of how people change. But exposing people to career clusters, such as in job fairs, like starting early on, so people can like be there and have an idea of the many types of clusters that there are. As you grow along, you can like move from one to the other and see what really works.
If my memory's serving me right, back when I was in 8th grade, we went to a job fair. There was 40 or 50 businesses there. No small businesses. That's the only job fair I've ever been to. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I was too young. I feel like if we got kids involved somewhere their sophomore to senior year in high school with jobs, got them connections, started networking with them, there would be a lot more job opportunities. We would know what we wanted to do. And it's like the age-old saying, if you do what you love for work, you'll never work a day in your life. If you're around the people that you love while you're working, definitely never going to work a day in your life. So that's the way I feel about that. If you know people in the field already before you even get into it, you're pretty much set.
Well, I just want to thank you all. It's incredibly inspiring to see such amazing seniors who chose to be part of the student advisory group, and encourage all students who are going to be seniors to think about this as we're coming through. Thankful for the opportunity to hear from you. And I think you gentlemen are next, right? Great. We're going to switch up.
Hi, everyone. I'm Abubakar Rahim. I come from Stafford, Virginia, and I go to North Stafford High School.
And I'm Rafael Ibanez. I go to Western Albemarle High School in Crozet, Virginia, and I'm representing Region 5.
Today, we'll be presenting our presentation about teacher preparations, what the current situation is, what are the disadvantages, what are the problems, and what are our opinions or probable solutions we think can solve the problems we have listed on our presentation.
In our current situation, we have, teachers need a bachelor's degree to become a teacher. And that puts an initial financial burden on people who want to become a teacher because they have to pay upfront just to go to school to do what they want. And currently there's also a negative stigma towards the career of teaching because from personal experiences, teachers have to combine the happenings of being a teacher, like misbehaved children, with the few financial benefits of being a teacher.
We also, pardon me, we also are right now having teacher shortages, and that's mostly, we think, is because of the first point we have written on our presentation, which is like the financial burden that comes with starting a career as a teacher, because you need a bachelor's degree to be a teacher. And there's the second point that is very important because of having our teacher shortages is the negative stigma. As we pointed out, there's stuff that comes with being a teacher, and that creates a negative stigma around the whole career of being a teacher. Lastly, we have few residency program that prepares rising seniors and potential teachers who want to become a teacher, who want to choose a career in teaching. And that's one of the problems we see is that it's creating a problem in teacher shortages and the whole experience of being a teacher.
And some disadvantages is there's minimal teacher learning after finishing school. So teachers are stuck with outdated teaching methods or aren't accustomed to new technologies like AI or just using a slideshow.
A specific example I would love to share about minimal teacher learning after school and teacher burnout. Teacher burnout, I had a teacher who's my AP world history teacher. He had to get his son born in May, but he got in a month earlier, so he had to leave. But now we sit in an AP class without a teacher, having a substitute teacher just ask us to do our work, which again is promoting the less interaction between the teacher because we don't have a teacher. And with that, there are some teachers who have to run from one room to another room who know the subject, but they have their own classes. So that creates a teacher burnout, and teachers are stretched out thin between a huge population of students, but being less themselves. So teacher burnout is one of them. And because of the teacher burnout and the less the less training we give the teachers who have their own ideas of teaching from a very long time, we get unequal educational experiences. And unfortunately, we get lower quality of education overall in the students all over Virginia. There's one more specific example I want to give. I will talk about that later. So the next slide I want to talk about is survey of high school students. So at the beginning, when I was selected as being a part of this board, I met our county superintendent, Mr. Taylor, and I talked to him about his expectations of me and how I should represent the county and the region. And he was very nice and said that no matter what you do it with passion and then do it with affection of providing help to the education of Virginia. And that's when I asked him if I could start a survey to kind of back my points and the opinions I have, like the opinion we shared before about different disadvantages that's right now. So I wanted to have this survey initiated to kind of back my points and back the opinions we have. So I've listed some of the questions. Unfortunately, it's still in progress because we had less time to get into groups and get specific topics to talk about and make presentations about. So it's still in progress, and I would love to share the data when I receive it. But I've still have got some questions from my survey that would be region-wise, region 3. I would be filling out the survey, and this is mostly for high school students. So the first 3 questions I've put in about school, region, and grade level, I had this question because I want to know what specific school, what specific region, and what grade level the person or the student is. So I would know what specific places have specific problems so we can address them and kind of solve them or have probable solutions for them. So those 3 questions give me an idea of who it is, where are they from, and what grade level are they. The other question is about the satisfaction of teaching quality they have in school. So this also gave us backing point that we said that there's a low quality of education because of burnout and because of less training. So we want to know if the student who is taking the survey is satisfied or not satisfied with the way they're being taught. The next question on there is, how often do you interact with your teacher in class? And I've put that question there because I would like to quote the board members, my colleagues, Preston and Arrow. They talked about their less interaction in class and their decrease in motivation and enthusiasm going into school. And that's happening to me as well, because when I have less interaction with my teachers, I probably stop loving the subject, and that's where I have a specific example. I have US history with one of my teachers, and all we do in that class is get packets and presentations, we fill them out. Imagine going to a history class, filling out packets. I think history, and I've been taught history like this should be discussions. We should talk about specific topics that has happened in the courses of history, and we should have interactions with teachers and classmates. In the class where I don't know a single person in my class. I haven't talked to them or even interacted with to them like in any way. So that's why I added the question to know if they're interacting or not and know their interaction level. The next question I put there is, have you ever thought of being a teacher? As we said, we're having teacher shortages nationwide. I wanted to know if high school students, I just wanted to have an idea about that if high school students are thinking about becoming a teacher or have just thought of becoming a teacher. That's why I had that question on there. Next question I have is, would full tuition for your teacher residency make you choose teaching as a career? This is something we said before, that having a bachelor's degree for becoming a teacher is putting up financial burden. So this is, I wanted to have an idea if high school students would get attracted or want to become a teacher after they get this kind of opportunity by getting full tuition paid and then getting free residency. So we want to have an idea if we can later on have more of those residency programs. And lastly, the question there is, have you heard of the teacher residency program at Virginia Commonwealth University? Last meeting we had in person preparing for this presentation, there was a lady representative of this RTR program. She left us a flyer, which I'm thankful that I brought it with me so I can read some points from there, which I have. It's a really good program for rising high school students who want to have a career in teaching. So there's some important benefits given to high school students that would really help them get a career in teaching and would actually attract them to getting a career in teaching. It says they will give full coverage for tuition, which is really important, and that removes the financial burden they would have initially. They would get paired with a mentor teacher. This is really important. I had some residency students who were in my classes, which were mentored by my teachers who had 10 years or more than that experience of teaching. So that's something really important, where new residency students get into classes and have a mentor to tell them what's the best way of doing it. They receive feedback and support either from the mentor or from the residency and all together. And something important there is on the list of the benefits they'll get is that they can attend courses online, hybrid, or in person. This is something really important, that there won't be any kind of restrictions on students and any kind of restriction by the way they want to study. Lastly, in those 2 years of residency, they would get gradual responsibilities of being a teacher, which is really important because you won't get out of college or your residency program and get directly into a class, but you will have an idea of how classes work, how teaching works, how students would interact to you, and then all those experiences. So you don't get all of them coming at you at once, but you'll have a whole idea of what it does and like how you should react and how should you teach. So this is a full survey, and I would love to share the data I get after the survey is done.
And some solutions we have were teacher learning days for teachers. So those days are kind of like teacher work days, but they're to have the teachers learn how to do different things like new teaching methods and the technology that I said earlier. And also we thought of having teacher learning days for students, like for undergraduate students or for even high school students, so that they can have a day to be in a classroom and see what it's like to teach.
Additional points, we should have more residency programs like I showed you, the VCU program, which is right now. We should have more programs like that. We should advertise those programs into different parts of Virginia where people are introduced to it and they know about it, so they can have an idea of, like, they can have it in the list of their options of careers after school, where when I asked the representative lady that how many schools have this flyer or this registration paper you have, she told me a very a small amount of schools, which we should work on. We should have many other schools have information about these residency programs, and we should ask new organizations and new universities like we have here in Virginia to start having these residency programs and work on them so we can have an attraction of teaching career in Virginia, so we can have less teacher shortages and the burnout that's happening right now.
And to combat that financial burden of becoming a teacher and just teaching, we thought of maybe benefits, maybe whether it be tax benefits or retire benefits, any just a form of benefit that helps them with that financial burden.
We came across this point because we looked at teaching as from two different perspectives. Firstly, there is like the respect that's given to the teacher, the valuable position that's given to it, and they're seen as a respectful or a respected person in the community, and that's really important. But there's another side to life where you should be financially well, I would say, paid, for the lack of better words, or be financially stable or get enough from your job. So you will be very well valued, and that's what teachers are being like. They're very well respected and they have a valuable job, but they still, if they get more or they get enough tax benefits and entire benefits, I think that would hopefully remove or decrease that stigma that is all around the career of being a teacher. And that's all our ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any questions from board members? Questions or comments?
Madam President,
Mr. Sturdivant?
I have a comment.
Please.
Presentation. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Great job. Paul.
Ms. Holton?
Yeah, I'll just chime in on that. Again, really terrific job. I particularly loved your use of examples that make your points very concrete. And I love the use of the survey, and we really would love to see your results when you get them, please.
Agreed. Definitely would love to see those results. Anyone else? Dr. Koontz?
Yeah, I want to thank all of you for being here. I think it's an interesting time for us to hear from high school seniors who were at the start of the pandemic, getting ready to start your high school, think about careers, be in this space, go through the pandemic and be back and talking to us about careers and CTE and teachers and the teacher resiliency is a really important perspective for us to have your eyes and your lens on those experiences pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. And I really thank you for sharing your information, your data, and your wisdom with us. And I think you're going to stay with us for a little while and then eat lunch with us. So we are very excited to have you as part of the board meeting and the opportunity to speak further with you at lunch. So thank you.
Dr. Northern has one question.
I just wanted to end, we talked a lot about, how to prepare teachers, but I'd just like to hear from you guys, like, can you describe the best teacher you ever had? Like what that teacher did and why you think about that teacher so fondly?
I wanted someone to ask me that question. I will always talk about
Those of us who were teachers love to hear these things.
Yeah. So last year, I newly immigrated from Afghanistan, and it was my first week, my first experience of getting into education in the United States. And I started school at the beginning or mid second semester. So it was hard to me to get into and getting integrated into the system. So the first class I had was with Mr. Abrakta, my government teacher, which I love him a lot. He was different. He's different. And one thing I really love about him that he actually understands students and uses different ways that I haven't seen any other teacher in my high school that does stuff like him. He's the first one I've ever heard, one of my teachers, who says that we should promote AI and we should use it in classroom. So he comes up with different ideas which there's interaction with students and the teacher. There's like a really friendly environment in the class. I was the president of the United States of my class for a week. And that's something really important for me because that was my first 2 weeks in the class. But in those 2 weeks, I had enough interaction with my classmates that they would love to vote for me to become the president because I had talked to them, I had conversations with them, debate. Maybe I would have not accepted their ideas, but we had like contradictions between each other. But still, at the end, I had enough. I knew enough about my classmates, and they knew enough about me and what I think and what I would do when I become a president. So having teachers like Mr. Abrakta would really help the education system of Virginia, mostly because we're talking about it, and using the ways he uses and the way he teaches, I would say we would see a big change in the education system. That's all about him. Thank you.
And my favorite teacher is probably Mr. Richmond, my AP government teacher. And it's just his style of teaching, how he has us interact with each other as students and with him as a teacher, and just how he teaches with the slides, him giving lectures, us filling out packets or pieces of paper. It's just his style of teaching is so interactive with us that it makes us engaged and interested in what he's teaching.
I'm just going to say they both chose government teachers. So I think you were prepped for that. I was a government teacher, civics and government. Good job, guys. Okay. Thank you all so much. We really appreciate it. Okay. We are moving, I think, to Mr. Gilstrap. Item Q, please.
First off, I want to say it must be Providence that I get to follow them. The teacher education, of course, is the obvious, but the CTE is maybe not so obvious, but what I'm about to present is right in line with what they were asking for. Also, this isn't even part of the presentation. Today, we'll be releasing more information and more opportunities for the Grow Your Own grants. So there will be opportunities for more of those programs. Well, good. I guess it's not afternoon quite yet, but good morning, President Creasy, members of the board, and Dr. Coons. Today, I bring to you for first review of the ABTEL Board of Teacher Education Licensure recommendation to replace Technology Education 5051 with Technology and Engineering Education 5053 with a cut score of 157. Following information is available in the 3 agenda items available to you. Some of the highlights of that are the 5053 Praxis Technology and Engineering Education Assessment will replace the older 5051 Technology Education Assessment across the U.S. As the name suggests, a greater focus on engineering is placed on the new test. Additionally, there is a reduced emphasis on transportation and logistics and an increased emphasis on computation, automation, robotics, and evolving technologies. The new assessment was designed and developed through work with practicing CTE and technology teachers, teacher educators, higher education content specialists to reflect the state and national standards, including International Technology and Engineering Education Association standards from 2020. The test will be required for individuals seeking initial licensure unless exempted by holding a full clear out-of-state license with no deficiencies, and can be taken and passed to add an endorsement in technology education by individuals holding a valid renewable teaching license. I'm going to break just for my presentation and say there are over 170 different courses that you can teach with this endorsement. So this would be a very big endorsement for us. Because of this is a new assessment. ABTEL is also recommending that a data review be conducted after 1 year to determine if the passing score is providing for the greatest opportunity of teachers entering the profession while maintaining rigor. In February of 2024, a multi-state standard setting study was designed and conducted by the Education Testing Services, ETS, to support the decision-making process of educational agencies establishing a passing cut score for Praxis Technology and Engineering Education 5053. Panelists from 10 states, including Maryland and Pennsylvania, participated in the panel. President Creasy, Dr. Coons, do you have any questions?
Are there any questions of Mr. Gilstrap? Otherwise, we will accept this item for first review and we will see you at a future meeting.
Okay. I have another one right after
Please.
this. Okay.
Go ahead, item R.
Okay. Thank you. This one is in alignment with the teacher ed. So this is also Providence. As I presented on our last board meeting, I bring to you for final review of the Abtel Board of Teacher Education Licensure recommendation to approve new education endorsement programs. Following information is available. Highlights of this routine action were presented to you in March during the first review. Just as a reminder, the new endorsements requested are all from Randolph College and are all at the graduate level. They already have undergraduate courses in these endorsements for these: chemistry, secondary, earth science, physics, math, theater arts pre-K through 12, and visual arts pre-K through 12. Randolph College currently has 15 areas of endorsement. They also have 19 levels represented through those areas, and this would add 6 new levels.
Are there any questions on this item? Is there a motion to approve for final review the Abtel and the Abtel recommendation to approve the new education endorsement programs?
Second.
Any discussion here on this item? Okay, Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore? Dr. Northern? Mr. Hanson? Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
Dr. Siebert?
Aye.
Mr. Sturdivant?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Gilstrap.
you.
Appreciate it. Dr. Williams, you're up. Do we need to do anything for you today?
Which item are we discussing first?
This will be item S, the revisions to the 24 industry certifications.
President Creasy, members of the board, and Superintendent Coons, thank you for allowing us the time to present to you this morning. Student credentials are reviewed and updated on an annual basis. Submissions for new credentials and updates to existing credentials were received in the Career and Technical Education CTE Credential Portal from October 2nd, 2023 through December 15th, 2023, and organized by the following CTE program areas: agricultural education, business and information technology, family and consumer sciences education, health and medical sciences education, marketing, technology, and engineering education, and trade and industrial education. Each credential was then thoroughly analyzed by a team of 7 program area specialists, the curriculum and instruction coordinator, and the industry credentialing specialist, who verify that each industry credential meets required criteria. Each credential should align with state-approved CTE courses, be recognized as a post-secondary credential, be of value to secondary students seeking entry-level employment, and align with high-demand occupations throughout Virginia as identified on the Virginia Office of Education Economics, VOEE, High Demand Occupations Dashboard. The required criteria for reviewing and validating industry credentials according to Virginia Administrative Code 8 VAC 20-131-110C is the following. 1, the test must be standardized and graded independently of the school or school division in which the test is given. The test must be knowledge-based. The test must be administered on a statewide, multi-state, or international basis, or administered as part of another state's accountability assessment program. And to be counted in a specific academic area, the test must measure content that incorporates or exceeds the SOL content in the course for which the verified credit is given. Currently, we have 446 board-approved credentials listed in our student catalog, representing 627 industry or trade association certifications, professional licenses, and occupational competency assessments. The difference in these numbers is because our student list includes many credential suites filled with multiple examination options. An example of this is the Microsoft Office Specialist Certification Suite, where a student has the choice of passing any one of 8 different examinations to earn the Microsoft Office Specialist certification. In many of these credential suites, the opportunity exists for students to progress to higher levels because the credentials are considered stackable. In the Office Specialist, Microsoft Office Specialist Certification Suite, a student can progress from an associate level to an expert level. This year, 85 new credential applications were submitted for our review. After much research from state staff and necessary communication between credentialing vendors, school divisions, and business and industry, 17 new credentials have been recommended for addition to our student credentials catalog. These credentials meet the board's graduation requirements, verified credit requirements, and diploma seal requirements for exemplary performance in CTE and STEM. There is 1 new credential recommended for the Business and Information Technology program area, 3 new credentials recommended for the program area of Family and Consumer Sciences, 3 for Health and Medical Sciences, 1 for Marketing, 1 for Technology and Engineering Education, and 8 new credentials for Trade and Industrial Education. We have 63 total credentials recommended for deletion. Industry or trade association certification examinations, professional licenses, and occupational competency assessments are continually being revised or discontinued to stay current with technology and innovation. Credentialing providers have discontinued 7 previously approved credentials for the 2024-2025 school year. Based on a review of data for credentials attempted over the past 15 years, we recommend an additional 56 previously approved credentials be discontinued because they no longer align with current courses. They were added prior to the 2018-19 school year and have never been taken, or no student attempts have been made since the 2018-19 school year. Of the 63 total credential deletions recommended, there are 3 deletions within the program area of agricultural education, 4 in business and information technology, 4 in family and consumer sciences education, 18 in health and medical sciences education, 2 in marketing, 3 in technology and engineering education, and 29 in trade and industrial education. Are there any questions?
Dr. Northern, do you have a question? Okay.
So I appreciate this list. I think it's phenomenal. I guess I just have a couple generic questions. One, and I appreciate the comment that these Microsoft Office Suite credentials will stack. And I've mentioned this to the board in other meetings. You know, what we see in other states is we have the same thing. They might have 500, 1,000 IRCs that are approved. But when you look at the data, you see that, 80% of the kids are getting them in Microsoft Office and OSHA. So I would just appreciate that we get regular updates from you all, because I'd like to see whether or not our students are taking us up on all of these just robust other IRCs, or whether they're kind of, overly represented in just a handful of these IRCs. And the other thing I would like to maybe consider in the future is, some of these are more workplace readiness. Like I would argue that Microsoft Office and OSHA are more workplace readiness because of the safety, and everybody needs to, have some facility with Word, versus more specialized IRCs. And I know other states have done that as well. They've kind of categorized IRCs into more workplace readiness versus specialized, so that we can begin to, again, I think both types of IRCs are worthy, but they're different. And so sometimes we perhaps might think about treating them differently or categorizing them differently.
Absolutely.
Further questions or comments from the board? Okay, is there a motion to waive first review and approve the 17 new industry certification examinations, occupational competency assessments, and professional licenses, as well as remove the 63 credentials that are being identified in this item?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on this item? Ms. Ashton? Ms. Kilgore? Dr. Northern? Mr. Hanson? Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
Dr. Siebert?
Aye.
Mr. Sturdivant? Ms. Holton,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. And Dr. Williams, somebody from your team also has item T. Good morning, please.
Yeah, my name is Sharon A. Cuff, and I'm privileged to be here today to speak to you about the revisions to the high quality work-based learning guide. So good morning, President Creasy, members of the board, and Superintendent Coons. Thank you for allowing the Office of Career and Technical Education to present to you today the revisions to the high quality work-based learning guide for the implementation during the 2024-2025 school year. Even though we were not under legislative directive this year to revise the CTE high quality work-based learning guide, we collaborated with school divisions and various stakeholders in the 8 superintendents regions through our regional secondary workforce development specialists, Virginia Works, Virginia Department of Health Professionals, Virginia Department of Education, Office of Instructional Services, and the Virginia Department of Education, Office of Humanities to make the revisions as needed. Community and stakeholder engagement are vital components of the work related to the revised guide. Throughout the development of the revision, outreach to stakeholders was a sustained effort. As a result of this collaboration, we found it necessary to make technical edits, deletions, and additions to program content as needed. In the board agenda and on pages 9 and 10 of the revised guide, there is a detailed summary of these revisions. There were 27 technical edits within the guide, 6 additions, and 3 deletions to program content. Technical edits occur in the index, all sections, and appendices, with the most notable ones being additional detail for providing accommodations for modifications for students with disabilities, including students with IEPs and 504 plans, more updated text to the English learners section, updated information to EMT, EMR, and pharmacy technician section in the clinical experience section, and updates to the apprenticeship section by Virginia Works. Most notable new program content includes a hybrid option was added to the mentorship experience. The training agreement and workplace evaluation checklists were added to the clinical experience and entrepreneurship experiences to make all forms consistent among all the experiences. These forms now indicate that the employer will provide evidence that employers are not on the Virginia Sex Police Sex Offender Registry, and all federal and state guidelines regarding child labor are being observed. Addition dates were added to the lower corner of the forms in the appendices section, so school divisions would recognize the most updated forms that they should be using. And the most notable deleted content includes, per regulatory board guidance, 4 previously required forms in the pharmacy tech section were removed, and the respiratory, that's a tough one, therapy and surgical technologist sections were removed since these programs are not offered in school divisions. The focus on continued improvement and technical assistance of this guide has been a sustained effort over many years. A great deal of time and collaboration has gone into revising and updating the new CTE high quality work-based learning guide for this year to make it a meaningful guidance and resource document for students, parents, business and industry stakeholders, and school divisions to implement CTE high-quality work-based learning programs across the Commonwealth during the 2024-25 school year.
Are there any questions from board members? Okay. Is there a motion to, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Holton?
Thank you for this good work. While we have you here, I just wanted Mr. Martin, the Virginia Chamber of Commerce representative, spoke earlier this morning and emphasized his importance to the chamber of our work-based learning. And a question and a comment. The question was you will have the opportunity to consult with the chamber on these proposed changes or any other representatives of business and industry.
Yes, and based off what we have heard from different business and industry leaders, while our 8 regional specialists are out in the field, that is what has come into the revisions that we proposed. Yes.
The second is just a comment. We're talking as part of our accountability reform efforts about how to encourage and account appropriately for high quality work-based learning and experiences and how we measure that. We hope and trust that you all are involved in helping us determine those metrics. I see a yes.
Yes.
Good.
We have a work group planned for the fall to look at that very thing.
Excellent.
Further questions? Dr. Northern?
So one thing that happens, and this may or may not be addressed in here, is the liability issue with the internships and the businesses. And sometimes other states struggle with actually getting those in place because nobody wants to take the liability, you know, if the kid, something happens on the transportation. And so are any of those type of legality issues covered in this workbook here in terms of how those liability concerns would be addressed when you've got a child participating in an internship?
There is a section or an actual section, I guess, within the general information section that talks about that. And then we have a form that we have within the guide that also allows documentation of what has happened and what I guess the progress would be to make sure that that didn't happen again. So yeah, there is a form in the guide that we can have them filled out. Oh yeah, he wants to.
Yeah, and in addition to that, one of our partners is the Department of Labor and Industry. And so in regard to health and safety and labor law and employment, we partner with them to ensure that we have consistent language. So of course, CTE, within our classroom lab settings, we try to align our guidance with that of the workplace. So we are keeping student safety at the forefront.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Dr. Siebert?
So kudos for, being proactive and updating things in this really emerging area. Dr. Northern brought up the liability piece. That has been a fear that I think that these kinds of approaches, the handbook and the great work that workplace people are doing in the divisions is overcoming with employers that through these programs, these can be done safely, be constructive, and hopefully address some of those liability things. Earlier on, you mentioned a hybrid piece. That was in mentorships. Could you briefly explain that a little bit?
Used to, we just had that as a face-to-face option, or for now, we're going to a virtual hybrid to where it can be face-to-face and also virtual in the same experience at that, in the mentorship experience.
And Madam Chair, I would applaud that because, we talked about earlier, these young people, the career clusters, when you get to lower population densities, the career interests remain broad and varied for young people, but the proximity to perhaps the mentor is not there. So I think it's wonderful to break down the geographic barriers to help young people connect. Thank you.
Well, and we actually had that suggestion made by school division. And when we looked at it, we thought that was really a good one because it came from a rural school division.
Further questions or comments here?
Move adoption.
Is there a motion to approve waive first review and approve the revisions to the guide?
So move.
Any discussion on this item? Ms. Ashton? Ms. Kilgore? Dr. Northern? Mr. Hanson? Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
Dr. Siebert?
Aye.
Mr. Sturdivant?
Aye.
Ms. Holton? And chair votes aye. Thank you all so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Dr. Coons?
Yes, so as the instructional team comes up for item U, I just want to introduce the board to one of our new deputies in the Virginia Department of Education. I'm going to ask Em to stand up. M. Cooper. This is her very first day at the Department of Education and has the opportunity to participate in our board meetings. M comes from us from the Louisiana Department of Education as an assistant deputy superintendent over educator preparation and formerly an executive director over academic strategy, and has led everything between teacher preparation, educator preparation, academic strategy, evidence-based literacy, and supported over 170 school systems with 700,000 students and 50,000 teachers. So we're really excited to have snagged M from Louisiana, and she has moved into the Chesterfield area of Virginia. So we are excited that she is now here permanently with us at the Virginia Department of Education.
Welcome. Hey, Dr. Wallace and team.
Good morning again, President Creasy, Dr. Coons, and members of the Virginia Board of Education. I am pleased to be here today to present the 2024 Computer Science Standards of Learning for first review. The proposed standards have undergone months of review and feedback from stakeholders, including some experts in the field. We appreciate those who have contributed to the revisions process, and we look forward to sharing them with you. I have with me today Keisha Tennessee, who is the coordinator of computer science and who has led the efforts of the revision process. So she will be presenting the presentation today.
Thank you, Dr. Wallace. Good afternoon, President Creasy, Dr. Coons, and esteemed members of the Virginia Board of Education. I am Keisha Tennessee, the K-12 Computer Science Coordinator, and I bring forth the proposed draft 2024 Computer Science Standards of Learning for first review. This review marks a significant milestone as they are the inaugural review and revision of the computer science standards. In 2016, the Virginia General Assembly approved legislation requiring the standards of learning to include computer science and computational thinking, including computer coding, As a result, the 2017 Computer Science Standards of Learning was developed and adopted. Per the standards review cycle established in the Code of Virginia, the 2017 Computer Science Standards of Learning was scheduled for review in 2024. In accordance with the schedule, we present the proposed draft of the 2024 Computer Science Standards of Learning. The review process as shown on the screen. This was a comprehensive review process that began in March of 2023 with the submission of the timeline report to the Virginia Board of Education. Roundtable discussions were held virtually and in person in May 2023 to solicit public feedback on the 2017 standards. The Computer Science Education Advisory Board first convened in June of 2023. Following the convening of the advisory board, the Review and Revision Committee, comprised of educators from across the Commonwealth, conducted a meticulous review of the 2017 standards to evaluate clarity, specificity, rigor, and relevance, and made recommended revisions in the summer of 2023. The department furthered these revisions based on ongoing research and continued guidance from the Computer Science Advisory Board and conducted educator engagement sessions for continued feedback to finalize the proposed draft as shared with you today. The Computer Science Education Advisory Board was comprised of parents, educators, institutions of higher education, nonprofit, and industry. This board was pivotal as an oversight body, deeply engaged in the work the entire way. As shown on the screen, you can see our meeting dates in which we met several times from the beginning to the end. The revision process involved an analysis of the evolving landscape of K-12 computer science education and an assessment of the 2017 standards to ensure an appropriate balance of rigor, precision, and clarity of the standards. We aim to provide standards that were clearly defined, ensuring measurability to delineate how students can demonstrate mastery of knowledge and skills. The slide documents the 6 areas of emphasis that guided our efforts along the way. The standards themselves are organized by 6 content strands to illustrate the multiple domains within computer science. Standards were reviewed and revised for all grade levels and courses. That's 6 elementary grade levels, 3 middle school grade levels, and 4 standalone courses, 1 in the middle school and 3 in the high school. The K-8 standards involve foundational computer science standards and standards designed for integration with other academic areas to provide meaningful and authentic learning experiences. Included in your board packet is the 2017-2024 Computer Science Standards of Learning Comparison Document, offering a side-by-side view of the modifications between the 2017 and 2024 proposed standards. The most significant change in the 2024 proposed draft is the additional sub-bullets per standard that provide clear and explicit guidance to educators regarding what students are expected to know and be able to do. At the end of each grade level standards and course standards, there are summary tables that inform you of any deletions from 2017 and or additions. Many of the deletions are relocations of the standards as it may have been moved to another grade level or included with another standard as a sub-bullet. The next few slides will highlight some areas that we would like to bring forth to your attention. Starting with computational thinking. Computational thinking is the cornerstone of K-12 computer science education, and it is interwoven throughout the standards as an overarching process that fosters the development of critical thinking skills, logical reasoning, creativity, and abstraction, empowering students to tackle real-world challenges across diverse domains and disciplines. Slide 8, as shown, illustrates how it is explicitly addressed grades 4 through 8 and then applied in the middle school elective. Slide 9, we will discuss the refinement and coherence of the secondary courses. During the review and revision process, emphasis was also placed on refining and aligning secondary level courses to ensure coherence and effectiveness to improve the overall vertical and horizontal alignment. Here, as shown, it illustrates how a concept such as security measures is addressed in the Computer Science Foundation course, expanded upon in Computer Science Principles, and applied in the Computer Science Programming course, where students write an adaptive program that functions as a security measure, avoiding common vulnerabilities. Next, we have slide 10. During the review and revision process, the incorporation of artificial intelligence, AI, was strongly recommended due to its growing significance. The AI for K-12 guidelines served as a framework for integrating AI concepts into the draft. The Virginia Department of Education focused on foundational AI concepts and not the use of AI tools. The proposed standards address AI in 3 ways. 1, foundational computer science concepts that are essential for understanding AI. 2, delineated AI grade band concepts from the AI for K-12 guidelines across multiple grades level to scaffold learning. 3, direct inclusion of AI concepts outlined in the AI for K-12 guidelines. And lastly, the inclusion of data bias in training data. With the abundance of data, and as we delve into the realm of machine learning within AI, addressing data bias emerges as a crucial consideration. It is imperative that students not only acquire the skills in data collection, organization, storage, and visualization, but also develop an understanding of how computing accelerates these processes, the significance of training data in making predictions, and the essential need for human interaction to make the final decision. As shown here, the proposed draft initiated the discussion on training data as early as 3rd grade and by high school students having the opportunity to deepen that knowledge, including unsupervised and supervised learning. Now we may proceed to slide 12. Information on the upcoming public hearings are shown here, as well as posted online on the VDOE's website, and will be shared via direct channels such as Teacher Direct. After the public hearing window, the department anticipates presenting June 2024 for final approval. This concludes the presentation, and I would like to provide time to address questions and or receive comments on the proposed draft standards that are provided in your board document and presented today. Thank you.
Are there any questions here? Dr. Siebert?
So first of all, kudos and good work. We look forward to the feedback that we'll get. I appreciate that, especially in the K2 area, You're largely offsetting new standards by getting rid of old ones. That's always good because we're not adding time to the day. And then, not so much in fourth grade, but in third grade, but also in fourth grade, the emphasis, and you made it, and we have to keep making it as we help go to these public hearings, has got to be on your emphasis on integration. That especially at the elementary level, these are tweaks and changes, and the way you achieve this good computer science instruction at the elementary level is through the integration with the content, both to help make it happen, but also to make the other content that's being taught more engaging and more relevant and more applicable. So I think that's really good. We are starting to be very, very, very sensitive in terms of timelines and communication, because our elementary teachers in particular are under a whole lot at this point in time. So I think that's really good. I'll need to defer to people with more current experience in computer science than mine as we get into the public comment sections for the advanced coursework. But it is the integration piece is huge, because that's how you get it done when we're not adding time, and it can actually make teaching other content areas more fun and engaging. Thank you.
Other comments or questions, Ms. Holton?
Thank you for all this terrific work that is represented in this draft. And I look forward to the public hearings and hearing further feedback as we move to finalization in June. First, following up on Dr. Siebert's comments, help me understand how the integration works. So I'm looking at your slide where you talked about the progression of computational thinking from early elementary to middle, that one. So we don't do standardized testing, obviously, separately for computer science, but we do test math. And when we integrate computational thinking, for instance, how are we integrating that into math such that it's part of what students are being held accountable for through our testing system? Or is that just beyond what we're capable of at this point?
So as you know, we've just recently passed the new math standards, and as we are creating instructional guides for our teachers in the field and also seeking feedback from educators in the field, we are working on those cross-content connections for them to make it easy to do that computational thinking. So when they have computer science time, or even if they, are integrating those computational thinking skills into their math time, that it's easier for teachers to see that. So we're supporting them in the resources to do that. So if they don't have computer science classes, then, they are expected to integrate these. And all of our standards actually have places, even in English, where you have to use data resources. And so that links right back to the computer science standards.
So absolutely integration into the humanities as well. But I guess what I'm looking at is there something in the math standards? And obviously I don't remember. I know we looked at them not long ago, but I don't remember. But does that apply computational thinking language to something analogous to that appear in the math standards, such that our students are being held accountable?
Yes.
Teachers and students are being held accountable for that content knowledge as part of the math program?
Yes. The data science pieces that are now in the math standards support this.
Yes. And likewise in the humanities.
The research skills and things like that in the humanities.
Right.
Yes.
And if you remember, we did beef up a lot of those research skills from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. And we built skill upon skill in order to ensure continuity of skills and building on those skills with the history standards as well.
Okay. And then I have a separate question, Madam President.
Please.
So recognizing that, some of our computer science standards obviously apply to all students, and some of them only to the students who take the elective courses in high school, in secondary school. Do all of the students, is there somewhere in the standards that exposes all of the students to discussions about the risks and opportunities of AI? Even if we're not now introducing them to tools, these standards are going to be in effect during a period when our students are going to need to have some of that
exposure.
Yes, so the K-8 standards are for all students, and we first address explicitly AI in sixth grade. And earlier on in the elementary, we're focusing on healthy habits, ways to interact online as collective, but we address AI directly in the sixth grade in the standards, yes.
Starting in sixth and then seventh and eighth as well.
That is more explicit about AI, but we do address like healthy habits, how to interact online, just the dynamics overall with that experience in the K through fifth grade. So just some of those basic skills with interacting with computing devices, evaluating some of those risks, start grade appropriately. But when we're addressing AI, it's explicit in the sixth grade.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would just remind us all that we had a discussion yesterday with one of our teachers of the year who was intimately involved in this process. And so we thank her for that expertise as you all undertook this huge feat. So thank you. And we thank her for her commitment to that as well.
Yeah, just quickly, I just wanted to say I appreciate the comments about the IG and the instructional guides. I think you guys are spot on that, mapping this for the teachers instead of, having the teachers try to figure out how this maps onto what they're doing in their content areas is a huge help. And I think it's comforting to teachers too, to see, okay, this one exercise or lesson or unit that I'm doing actually covers multiple standards across, disciplinary areas. So I appreciate that you guys are doing that work for teachers and not expecting districts to do it for them, because that's a huge help.
Anything further? Okay, thank you. We will accept this item for first review and see you again soon.
Thank you.
Dr. Wallace, I think you have item V as well.
Yes, I do. So we are also pleased to present the Internet Safety Model Policy for first review. This model policy has engaged the Internet Safety Advisory Council, experts in the field, and other stakeholders who contributed to the development of the policy and supporting resources for school divisions. I have with me today Calypso Gilstrap, who led this process over the last year, and so she will be presenting the presentation.
Good afternoon, President Creasy, Dr. Coons, and members of the board. I'm Calypso Gilstrap, the Associate Director of the Office of Educational Technology and Classroom Innovation. Today, I present for first review the model policy concerning internet safety and the supporting Internet Safety Resource Hub. In March 2023, the Internet Safety Advisory Council was enacted, creating the council and its duties. These duties include 1, developing recommendation to the Board of Education for adoption, a model policy for local school boards that would enable them to better support internet safety for our students and teachers. 2, developing recommendation to the Board of Education for adoption, model instructional practices for and instructional content on the safe use of media technology by students and teachers. And 3, designing and posting on the department's website a page with links to successful instructional practices, curricula, and other teacher resources. Today, the council's recommendations are being presented for first review. In July 2023, the council was appointed by Dr. Lisa Coons. The members of the council met the requirements of the statute and included an administrator, student, parent, ITRT, a classroom teacher, a retired sheriff with an expertise in internet safety, a school librarian, a media expert, a national internet safety expert, a national policy expert, and the state trafficking response coordinator from the Department of Criminal Justice Services. From September through March, the members of the council shared potential resources and exemplars of policies. Each meeting was a time of discourse to envision the model policy and define the criteria of instructional practices and their effectiveness. In January, the council traveled to Bedford County to learn from the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force about law enforcement's role and resources related to internet safety. Under the guidance of the Internet Safety Advisory Council, the Office of Educational Technology and Classroom Innovation crafted a model policy, curated comprehensive repository of resources, which we are presenting today for first review. Safeguarding students remains the utmost important priority of K through 12 education. The purpose of this model policy and supporting resources is to support local school boards in advancing the safe use of the internet in the Commonwealth. In an environment of restrained resources, the guiding principles prioritize impactful security measures, integrating digital skills into the core curriculum, providing internet safety training, collaborating with law enforcement, investing in teacher capacity building, and promoting ethical online behaviors. The sample policy emphasizes 3 areas to focus of access to educational technology, use of educational technology, and instructional design. Providing access to educational technology requires a responsibility of all members of the staff to educate, supervise, and monitor appropriate usage of online computer network. Acceptable use policies should be available in formats that are age appropriate, written in plain language, and easy accessible for our students, educators, and families. Strategically designed internet safety training and digital wellness schools at school will impact student behavior on personal devices, ensuring they're not only safe at school, but also in the community. The model policy encompasses essential guidelines, while the Instructional Resource Hub provides valuable tools to foster digital citizenship, media literacy, and internet safety. This comprehensive repository of resources, which has been curated by the Internet Safety Advisory Council, has been posted in Go OpenVA, our instructional material repository that is provided by the Virginia Department of Education. This hub of resources includes topics as prescribed by the Internet Safety Advisory Council statute, including privacy protection, copyright laws, communication with responsible adults, how to recognize, avoid, and report suspicious activity, and the safe, responsible use of social networking sites. There's a minimum of 30 instructional resources per topic for grades kindergarten through 12th grade, as well as resources for educators and parents. The posted resources also include assistant programs like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children Cyber Tip Line, which provides information for those who may have encountered illegal online communications. Thank you so much for your time. We will now provide time to answer questions on the proposed draft for the model policy concerning internet safety as provided in your board packet.
Are there any questions here? Dr. Northern?
Sorry, I don't mean to have so many questions. There's just been loads of research coming out recently about the sharp increase in screen time before the pandemic and after the pandemic, and just the detrimental adverse effects to students as a result of that increase in screen time. So I'm wondering how this document handles that or addresses that concern.
This resources that we provided to teachers has online and offline activities to teach those skills to students, like working for or with a trusted adult. Those are completely offline activities. And we hope that through our digital literacy standards of learning that students are learning those skills already anyway. And we already provided those resources to where they're offline and online, because really it's not just about digital wellness, it's also about wellness in general, because as you know, students aren't just solicited online, they also could be solicited in real life. Cyberbullying isn't the only bullying that students experience. So we're hoping that this policy just adds to the policies that already exist and will bolster up specifically about internet safety.
Dr. Coons?
I think Dr. Northern is talking about the dangers of the amount of time students are on screen time and some of the recent research around social, emotional, mental health, those kinds of things around the amount of time students spend on cell phones or digital devices, things like that. Do our standards, do our safety policies address that is what she's asking?
Not the internet safety. Not directly.
Was that outlined in the statute or is that something that we?
Not outlined in the statute, but it's certainly something we can address as we revise.
Great idea. I feel like we know the value of education technology, but we also know that our schools are having issues with overuse of technology. So there needs to be a balance there in terms of the detriment. I think some of the research is showing there's a point of diminishing returns. So if you're, if you're using the devices beyond a moderate amount, then it becomes a negative impact on academic performance. So we just want to get that balance right and alert some of that type of information in that document.
Absolutely.
Further questions, Mr. Rotherham?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. On the same spirit of striking a balance, this is a tricky issue with, and I appreciate as you all developed it, that you brought in a number of organizations and a lot of expertise and so forth, and obviously you're responding to the law. Have we been just engaging with civil liberties groups on this just to make sure, because there is a balance to be struck there between making sure we're protecting kids, we have appropriate restrictions, but there are also privacy issues and so forth that we need to be attentive to?
Not explicitly.
Could we make sure as we put this out for comment now that we are doing some explicit outreach to some of those groups? That's like the ACLU, that's FIRE, different groups, that just to make sure that if there's any feedback, just make sure we're getting that balance right where we are doing what we need to do.
Yeah.
Dr. Northern just got it. Some of the risks, there's a whole bunch more, but then also there are just personal freedom issues here we need to be attentive to.
Yes.
Further questions? Okay, thank you. We'll accept this for first review. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Conway, you're next.
Good morning. I'm Jenna Conway, Deputy Superintendent of, I'm not, oh yes, I am. Next, thank you. Deputy Superintendent of Early Childhood Care and Education. I'm joined this morning by our Assistant Superintendent, Erin Carroll, and our Director of VQB5, Chris Myers, who've played an instrumental role in getting us where we are today. As this board is familiar with, state law from 2020 requires this body to establish a statewide measurement and improvement system for all of our birth to 5 programs that take public dollars. Since 2020, we've been working hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder with you all to build out VQB5 in partnership with Ready Regions and public and private stakeholders across the state. We do this work. We care less about the name on the outside of the building and the funding source, and more about how all of these experiences across our public, private parent choice system help prepare kids for kindergarten. From the results of the Virginia Kindergarten Readiness Program, we know that 6 out of 10 kids do have the opportunity to come to school fully ready in literacy, math, social skills, and self-regulations, but 4 out of 10 kids do not. And we know that some of our subgroups, including our English language learners, our children with special needs, our children in low-income households, are less likely to have that opportunity to come to school ready. As a reminder, as we've rolled out this statewide measurement and improvement or accountability system, we've been focused on making sure that those experiences, regardless of what setting they are in, family childcare, Head Start, faith-based preschool, early childhood special education, or pre-K in the schools, are providing quality teaching and learning experiences. And the way that we measure this is by looking at 2 essential elements of those experience: interactions, the interactions between all of the teachers in the room and the children, using age and developmentally appropriate, a national tool called the CLASS, or the Classroom Assessment Scoring System. And we support the use of high quality curriculum. Curriculum is always an option, but we have vetted and approved multiple options for infants, toddlers, and preschoolers. And we encourage our programs to choose a curriculum from that list. We do this because research shows that high quality interactions and intentional support for the learning and development of infants, toddlers, and preschoolers help support improved school readiness. I will now walk you through kind of the state of the state, some just essential data as we go in to talking about the guidelines, and then I'll walk you through the set of shifts that are in this guidelines. As you might remember, I came to you a year ago and said this was the first full year of implementation, and I'm pleased today on behalf of our team and all the 3,000 plus programs across the state to present some of our successes. 100% of publicly funded birth to 5 programs in Virginia are currently participating in VQB5. And that is 17,000 educators who are currently benefiting through Recognized V5. We observed 99% of VQB5 classrooms last fall, which is 10,783 local observations and just under 3,000 external observations. We are on track for just over almost 17,000 observations this spring. Remember, these are not just quick walkthroughs. These are either 60 or 80-minute robust observations in either an infant tool, toddler tool, or preschool tool. And then the teachers, all of the educators also receive feedback. And we have nearly 80% of our sites with using an approved curriculum. All of our educators are receiving feedback to improve on their strengths as well as their areas for improvement. And we have approved more than 60 curriculums statewide.
And we are well on our way, and I'll share in a moment how we are figuring out how we will launch this fall our online portal for the quality profiles for all of the 3,400 sites across the state. This map, which I'm very proud of, really represents our reach. So this map includes the the grays indicate the population density across the state. And what you see is that VQB5 includes programs in every city and county across Virginia. So the blue dots are childcare centers, the orange are family day homes, and the red are public schools. And as you'll remember, our Head Starts are both in childcare centers and in public schools. So you see the reach and the density as we've scaled from just a few hundred programs to now over 3,400. We also, this is our numbers, our growth just from 1 year. So going from 2,700 to just over 3,700 sites, just over 11,000 classrooms. We're on track for 30,000 observations of 2,400 educators and 3,900 site leaders. So tremendous growth over time. This slide speaks to the extraordinary work, and whether that's Ms. Creasy's partners or folks that work with Dr. Siebert, but across the board. So in 2019, 2020, right before this law passed, and I now recollect why legislators were skeptical when we said we could build a statewide measurement system when fewer than 1,000 observations were done. Last year, we completed 21,000. And as I said to you, this year we're on track for 30,000 observations. And that is remarkable. The thing that gives me greatest pride is when I walk out and meet with early childhood centers and they say, I've never before received feedback. I know Ms. Kilgore can relate to this, but I've never before received feedback. Folks came in, they looked at the safety of our classrooms, they looked at how we diaper kids or whether our electric sockets were plugged, but they never actually looked at how we interact with infants and toddlers and preschoolers. And now we're able to do that and do that at scale for a diverse set of educators across the state. We have also seen significant increase in use of curriculum. You may recollect I've shared with you in the past, because of programmatic guidelines, nearly 99% of our school-based classrooms and our Head Start classrooms already used approved curriculum from our list. But we saw a very different pattern in childcare and family childcare. So as you see in the blue bar shows how many of these sites were actually using curriculum in at least one classroom just a few years ago. Just under a third of our family day homes, right? Even fewer of our centers, like 1 in 4. Since we have supported the use of curriculum and we've made efforts like we've made in partnership with UVA around Stream and 3 to offer open educational resources. So this is free, developmentally and age-appropriate curriculum with supports, online modules, statewide webinars, coaching and support. We've increased up to 57% of our family day homes are now using curriculum and just under 80%, 8 out of 10. That's a huge gain. And as you'll see, we hope over time, based on what's happened in other states and localities, is that using of both this focus on interactions, this fair and consistent way of measuring it across the state, while also providing supports to our educators, some significant portion of whom who don't necessarily have a bachelor's degree or a teacher license, will really start to improve the way in which our educators are instructing children and supporting their learning and development. So huge gains across the board. With that, I'd like to briefly walk you through what the key changes are in the 90-page plus document that's attached here. So 5 sort of key shifts as we go into next year and what we're asking you to ultimately approve in the 25 guidelines. The first is a concerted effort to work with all of our programs to make sure that we are understanding which children are in which classrooms so that over time we can understand how these experiences, how the use of curriculum, how some of the other quality variables ultimately affect their growth over time, their school readiness, and their longitudinal outcomes. We've clarified guidance on the class tool to make sure that we're using the right tool in the right classrooms and educators are getting feedback that's useful to them. We continue, and I'll explain in a second how we do this. We get all of these observations done by deputizing and funding locals to do these observations, which is really important, not only in terms of scale, but also developing that expertise so that people at the site level know what good and great look like and can support their educators. We do know, however, need a true north and to make sure statewide that we are accurate and consistent. And so we'll continue to support the use of external observation and help our local observers get more accurate. We will require this year, it was optional last year, require site improvement planning for those sites that do not meet our state expectations. And I'll talk in a moment about that, but really wrapping our arms around and supporting those places that are not providing sufficient quality experiences and making sure we can get them on track for success. And as you are aware, launching our online navigator, our portal, which families, community stakeholders, and others can get information online easily about all of the programs available to them. Very quickly on the class list, so the classroom list. So as you've heard me talk about before, from the outset, we built out Link B5, which we believe is one of the nation's only data systems that captures the classroom experiences down to the classroom level. So it moves away from just doing analysis based on funding source or the credentials of the teachers, which really says what's happening at the classroom level. In order to understand the impact on children, as is required by the state law that was passed in 2020, we need to understand kind of the experiences that kids are receiving and how that puts them on track for success. So starting next year, we'll be working with all of our 3,400 sites to understand which children are in which classrooms, what class scores go along with those classroom, which curriculum is used, the turnover of the teacher, the credential of the teacher, a whole set, the professional development of the teacher, a whole set of factors. We will then be able to either identify ideas or probabilistically match those kids and look at their growth, the beginning of the 3-year-old year and the end of the 3-year-old year, the beginning of the 4-year-old year and the end of it, their VKRP results, fall and spring, and then ultimately connecting it to, you see on this chart, everything from the literacy scores to the SOL results to, with time, some of their longitudinal outcomes in terms of their college and career readiness. So this is really a big lift in terms of kind of making sure that we're doing this in a way that protects the privacy of all of our children and complying with all applicable federal and state guidelines. But this is ultimately what we will need as we continue to evolve this system to say, these are the experiences in Virginia. These are the particular elements that are making a difference for kids. And those might look different. There might be certain things that we need to see in family day homes in order to promote maximum growth. It might look different for children who are English language learners, but only by harnessing this data and being able to use this and connect this to longitudinal outcomes can we move away from sort of some of the more sort of pilot-based research in this space around early childhood to truly systematic data at scale that helps drive continual improvement. With that in mind, I want to talk about why the accuracy of these scores matter. So we continue to refine our language in the guidelines around score replacement. So what we do is we charge our 9 ready regions with working with localities to complete the vast majority of these observations. And those are the observations that count for profiles. We separately have a contract, one statewide contract, where we send out external or third-party observers to do the same classroom and to look at the differences, to look at the reliability of those observations. We then, in this chart, shares this then helps us make sure that there's a consistent baseline across the state. It also, as I found in my time in doing this in Louisiana, helps make local observers more accurate. So over time, local observers refine their skills. There's less drift. There's more consistency. That means they're giving better feedback to their educators, and the scores in the system are more accurate. It also enables us to really refine. So we looked at when you would in different days, we looked at the time between the observations, we looked at kind of when you went, and we didn't find significant difference. We do have a little bit of inflation, and we're addressing that through the external observations. But as you see here, we also have places where people are scoring too low locally, and we need to use the external to kind of elevate the scores and make sure that those teachers are getting accurate feedback. So we are going to continue to use this score replacement, and the guidelines reflect additional supports for ready regions to make sure that we can trust in the results in the 30,000 observations across the state. As I noted before, another important shift this year is that we will now require site improvement planning for any program or site that does not meet our expectations. So we have piloted this year, but basically what we do is if you score below a certain level, we will reach out to you. We will mandate you to participate in an improvement planning process with one of our consultants. We also have a competitive process right now, which we are hiring a group statewide to be responsible for
for this portfolio and really to sort of, is it the mental health concerns of the children? Is it the sort of a need for support on curriculum? What is going on? So they first do a needs assessment. They then support the program to access kind of the professional development that exists. And then there is follow-up to make sure that each of these sites is fully participating in site improvement planning. It will not be optional. It will be required. If a site refuses to participate in site improvement planning, then that's at the point where we will discuss with that site the risk of losing public funds. But I want to be clear, no site will lose public funds based on their performance in this, in this period, but they will be required to participate in state-supported site improvement planning. We ran a similar process when we were in Louisiana, and we saw significant uptake in terms of once it's required and programs understand that, and improvement in their class scores in particular. A lot of it was there's a sense of overwhelm or not sure where to go, even though we have offered these resources like the free curriculum or like some of the supports for interactions, but programs didn't know kind of what to do or needed some support to do this. So this is an effort to do that. And ultimately, one of the goals of the system is to continually raise the floor. So when I talk in a second about the online navigator, so that a family, right, no matter where you are in the state, if you think back up to the map with all of the colored dots, no matter where you are in the state, you can rest assured that all of the publicly funded options are a sufficient level of quality. And last but not least, we have been working very hard to prepare the online portal. So think of this as the early childhood version of the website for the state quality profiles. We will launch a profile, an online site this fall. It will include information about all of the publicly funded programs. It will link to their health and safety information. So in one spot, family can find out information about health, safety, and learning. You'll be able to look by zip code and map it out, but basically it'll be in one place, all of the information about all of these options. This is a brand new thing for early childhood. And so our team has been working very closely in partnership with the Ready Regions to prepare for it. We've done over 21 meetings involving just over 1,800 views or participants, walking them through the site. We launched a survey. We took it to our early childhood advisory committee. We're meeting with parent councils. We're meeting with parents of special needs, a range of groups to kind of say what works about this, what would you change? For many of our programs, this website might be the only web presence that some of these childcare or family day home programs have, and making sure that it truly reflects and that they're comfortable with what it reflects about this program. It also will make a huge difference in terms of really helping families understand the different forms of quality that might be available to them. It's not just in schools, it's not just in childcare, it's not just in Head Start, it can also be in family childcare. And we think this is a really important step in both elevating quality and helping tell the story of the extraordinary experiences that our public-private parent choice system offers. With that, I also want to share a statistic that our team just ran. We also calculated this year using kind of the rough counts of how many children are in each classroom, that this year, just over 138,000 birth to 5 children were in classrooms that were part of VQB5. This is 14,000 infants, 36,000 toddlers, and just under 89,000 preschoolers. That represents 23% of all birth to 5 kids in the Commonwealth and 10% of all kids under the age of 18. So from just a few hundred kids participating in Virginia Quality 6 years ago to representing a quarter of the birth to 5 population, and knowing that no matter where you go in the state this fall, parents will be able to access this information is a huge accomplishment. All thanks to the incredible providers who survived a pandemic, done this work, and truly supported their educators to be a little bit better tomorrow than they are today, as well as our partners across the state. So with that, on behalf of the Superintendent of Public Instruction, we recommend that the board approve for first review the 24-25 VQB5 guidelines, and I'm available to take your questions.
Thank you. And Jenna, of course, our work on this has been so transformative with your team driving this transformation. And so please know the amount of work that you all have done has truly impacted generations of families across the Commonwealth, and it's only going to get better. So I am thankful for all of you. So thanks. And I know that some of our business partners are super thankful and excited too. Yes, please, Mr. Rotherham.
Yeah, I'd like to just build on that. I mean, this is a long presentation. I think some of our student advisory members, as they're thinking about their possible pathways, maybe crossing state board member off of their list. But this is incredibly important work. And I just want to call out you. I mean, you talked about the providers, you thanked them, you were very gracious, it's been a lot, but I want to call out you and your leadership, the sort of change management process, the project management process you've put in place. This is a remarkable body of work, and that's an enormous credit to you. It's a credit to your team. We're really lucky to have you, and the state is really lucky to have you. And just to call it before we get to questions and all that, just to call that out. It's a really fantastic defining piece of work.
Thank you.
Dr. Northern.
Yeah, I just want to say kudos again. I mean, I just want to underscore the importance of this work. To Mr. Rotherham's point, is a lot of times before kids even get to kindergarten, we already see those achievement gaps before they get to kindergarten. So the fact that we're intervening here at birth, to 5 is just so important for that achievement gap. We think that, we try Herculean efforts to close that gap once they get in the school system. But when they're already appearing beforehand, this work that you're doing is just so incredibly critical. So I just wanted to, again, just reiterate that.
Absolutely. And I just want to know, I think our most exciting work is ahead of us as we really understand this data in a way that I'm not sure any other state has access to it, and being able to do that and to both support our programs that are doing incredibly well, as well as to be able to better support our programs that need our assistance.
Thank you. All right. We will take this item for first. Quickly. Yes. Thank you.
Echoing everybody's enthusiasm, it's amazing work. First, a question. The data you cited at the very end, that now got 89,000 pre-K students. And so pre-K, that's the 4-year-olds?
3 and 4-year-olds.
3 and 4-year-olds. Okay.
Yes.
So we're at 50% or so of scale.
Yep.
Yeah, good. Very exciting. The online portal quality profiles, very exciting. I'm interested in what your experience was in Louisiana and what we're doing here in Virginia to help promote communications, marketing, PR about this site. As you know, we do have these school quality profiles for K-12 that are, shall we say, an underutilized resource. What's going to be different?
That's a great.
It's a tool that people really use.
So I think we've really focused, and I will do a shout out to our partners at the Virginia Early Childhood Foundation and the Ready Regions. I think making this useful at the local level, right, rather than just being kind of a statewide website that some people are aware of, is key. So we are engaging each of the Ready Regions. We are sort of asking them that very question, Ms. Holton, sort of saying, who else are you engaging locally? How do you think about your chambers in terms of the business? How do you think each of them is required to have a family council now? So engaging those family councils. Providers, still, we have study after study, still most of this is a word of mouth experience. And so although we'll work with our vendor to address the search engine optimization and all the Google analytics, your providers and getting your providers to be proud of this website so that they're the ones who are sort of posting that we're a VQB5 site and here's the website is probably the most important ambassadors of that. So through the Ready Regions, through the family impact councils, and through the providers themselves. So Chris and team spent a Saturday morning with our family childcare programs. For them, this is brand new, and sort of certainly many of those families had no idea that there might be a web presence coming, but thinking about how do we support the thousands of family childcare programs to be proud of this and say, I now have a web portal, right? I am an educator, I have met these expectations. I think will be some of the most important ambassadors of this and helping to spread the word. We also will encourage our Ready Regions to think about kind of particularly locally, whether it's QR codes or other types of marketing when this comes out this fall. We tend to go bit gently with round one, right? Kind of really we'll do a lot of work as we get closer. And Dr. Siebert knows this and other. We'll make sure superintendents are aware of what's coming, right? We'll make sure that the associations are aware. And so I don't know that you'll see the biggest of splash. And we're similarly cautious, Ms. Holton in Louisiana. But I think once we have sort of made it through this fall, then we also will come back to Ready Regions to say, how do we promote this more broadly?
Absolutely makes sense to soft launch.
Soft launch, soft launch.
In Louisiana, did you have was there an actual marketing campaign, and do we have any marketing?
We ultimately started so in Louisiana, we started as separate sites, one for K-12 and one for early childhood. And then we sort of brought them together and is with louisianaschools.com. And then we worked very closely with it there. There were Ready Start networks to advertise this. It tends to sort of truly be that each region in an area, some folks did billboards, some folks did sort of more online advertisement. What I think you'll see the first big push will be in enrollment. So if you remember, we kind of run enrollment on a cyclical cycle. So our aspiration would be that you would start to see Ready regions really promote this come next January, February, as they're beginning enrollment for the next year. So that's when I think you'll start to see that push.
But I guess, again, just trying to understand the Louisiana experience. Are people using the site in Louisiana? Is it working?
Yes.
Parents are using this.
Actually, parents are using the site, and then truly like providers are another big user of the site. And they're the ones who are doing the best job of saying, hey, have you seen this, and explaining what it means. It's still a lot. And we've worked we've learned from Louisiana on kind of some of the materials and the videos. It's still a lot for parents to kind of understand exactly what it is. So providers, it's stunning. Again, word of mouth providers, we also will work some of our faith-based institutions and others to kind of help them understand. But I would say, parents and providers are the biggest users of the site in Louisiana.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conway. We will take this on first review and we will see you soon. I know Mr. Dickey has been here sitting and waiting for his item, and we had significant conversation yesterday about this item. So Mr. Dickey, if you would come up and do this item, this will be our last item before we go to lunch. Thank you.
Madam President, can we take a very brief break before this?
If you need to exit for a brief break, go ahead, and unless you feel like.
I do need to, but I also need to hear Mr. Dickey's presentation.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Good morning, President Creasy. Oh, sure.
Mr. Dickey.
Thank you, President Creasy, Vice President Hanson, members of the board, Dr. Coons. Good morning. This is first and final review of recommended grant awards for school projects submitted to the School Construction Assistance Program for the remaining FY24 funding. This is the remaining $85 million from the $450 million appropriation this biennium for the second round grant awards. At the work, and thank you for your time yesterday during the work session to review the various options we overviewed with you, and there was a discussion on several board members express interest in the option 3 approach, and of course there was discussion across all options. Attachment 2 to your boilerplate reflects that particular option 3 approach. And in looking at across the options and across the data, some, if I may, some observations from the data. Option 3, as there was the discussion yesterday, offers more funding across a broader geographic area statewide to more divisions than the other options, and that helps increase investment in more divisions across the Commonwealth, particularly for divisions that were not funded in round 1. Option 1 concentrates the bulk of funding in divisions, which also received significant funding in the first set of grants. And there were several school divisions under option 1 in combination with the first round grants last year that received 4, 6, or 8 individual school grant awards between the 2 rounds. In fact, two divisions in combination from last year's grant awards in option 1 that would concentrate almost approaching 20% of the total school projects that are awarded in just 2 school divisions. Option 3, it is responsive to the feedback we've received in the ensuing months from stakeholders, statewide, local government, school divisions, statewide organizations, to look for approaches that will spread the money across, again, a broader geographic area of the Commonwealth, and fund a portion of the awards in additional school divisions. That, of course, helps more divisions fund some of the standing approved school projects that have been awaiting funding in their locally approved capital improvement plans across a broader array of divisions statewide to help begin to fund their locally approved CIP school projects. So thank you for that. Just some data observations of the in comparing the options we discussed and reviewed yesterday. The superintendent's recommendation, Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends the Board of Education waive first review and approve the recommended grant awards for school projects as shown in the current attachment 2. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Are there any questions here? Mr. Rotherham, do you have one?
Good.
Ms. Holton?
So, Mr. Dickey, I have a couple of questions, but one of them are going to require, and I just want to alert the tech folks that I'm going to ask if we can put back up your presentation from yesterday if we need it when we get to my second question.
Sure.
My first question has to do with timing on this. You're asking for first and final review, but am I correct that the agenda item that you're asking us to approve was just posted since yesterday afternoon's meeting? The agenda item as it read yesterday asked us to approve option 1. And now it's been changed overnight to ask us to approve option 3. Is that correct?
there was a revision to the attachment.
So we're asking to do it on first and final review when the public wasn't on the business agenda to approve option 3 until less than 24 hours ago. In light of that, I'm concerned, we heard significant feedback from our local school leaders generally about doing first and final review when not absolutely necessary. The Region 1 leaders in particular raised that up in their public comment to us. And on this one in particular, I'm concerned about, has anybody talked with the affected divisions? I see that while option 3 adds 1 additional division, it actually reduces the number of schools. And I'm hearing you tell us that the feedback we've gotten is we wanted more schools and more divisions. So we wanted it spread out more. We've accomplished one of those and hurt ourselves on the other. And in particular, the affected divisions, there's 6 or 7 divisions that lose out significantly under option 3. So we gain 1 division, but it's a zero-sum game. So I understand you're going to have winners and losers, but what have we done to give those folks an opportunity to be engaged in this conversation? That's the purpose of not doing first and final review. So is there a reason why we can't wait till May on this? And in light of the changes made in the agenda item in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, Ms. Creasy has asked me to address the change in the addenda. Yesterday during the work session, we asked the board to give us signaling on what you wanted to do with the work or the agenda item today. You indicated yesterday during the meeting, and President Creasy asked us to change that to option 3. So that is the reason the agenda changed based on the discussion and the directionality that was signaled from the board yesterday. I will touch on the reason this is first and final, but would love for Dr. Siebert to also lean in from a practitioner standpoint that the reason we are moving forward with this on first and final is also based on feedback on the field that they need these funds to do summer projects. They need to get these encumbered. The construction costs are moving very quickly and rapidly and have asked for us to make decisions so they can make plans and schedules for construction movement as much as possible.
Yes, as I shared yesterday, I was wrestling with the rules of the game versus what we're doing. And so I really think the process we've used that you brought to us, because of you, BJ, and your team, a year or so ago, 11 criteria, all that, very, very solid. I think what we're getting now is, and this makes sense, as you do something new, you should reflect on it and figure out how to make it better. And so I think we're probably, hopefully in the future, we get some dollars to this kind of work in the future. We'll have the 11 criteria, but we'll also probably have some decision rules. And the decision rules will probably be developed over what we're doing now. So I concur that time is of the essence. This is the last piece of these dollars. This is still significant dollars for a large number of projects. And yes, on the options, we see some ebb and flow, but for the core set of these things, the sooner the money flows, the sooner we get shovels in the ground or new air conditioning units on roofs or whatever approach we want to use.
Madam President, I want to build on that. I'd like to make 2 points.
Okay.
First, on this issue of first and final, I mean, I think Dr. Siebert has obviously been in the chair and he understands that. I would also just note, there's not a universe where we're going to put out a list of school divisions that are going to be funded for construction projects and for public comment, and those divisions are going to come here and say, no, please don't fund me. We're going to hear from divisions that weren't funded. It doesn't matter which of the 3 options we do. We can't fund every division. And so the divisions that don't get funded will be upset. And I would suggest we probably shouldn't be approaching this. And as a board member, when I tried to look at it, I just tried to look at was the criteria, was the fiscal strain above average, all of that. Like, how do these distribute? Because I think it gets pretty tricky when we start looking at particular divisions and what does this mean? And I would suggest for the future, to build on Dr. Siebert's, Yesterday, we had a conversation about accountability or Tuesday, and we talked about like values, and we should come up with some values we want in our accountability system and then let the chips kind of fall where they may. I think the same thing is true here. We have this criteria and so forth, and I would like to suggest in the future, we should probably have the criteria. The board should get some kind of a more blinded list to consider. Because A, it minimizes confusion. B, it lets us figure out are the values we want to reflect around, whether it's fiscal effort, size of project, these different things. And so for the future, so you've done fantastic work here. This is complicated. You had to come in yesterday and you did, I think, an admirable job of giving us different options and what that would look like. I'm prepared to move forward on this, but I just think for the future, to Dr. Seaver's point, we've learned a few things and we may want to, that we may just want to think about in terms of how we do this.
Okay. I made two things, if I may, Madam President.
Yes, Ms. Holton.
So to the point on timing, if it's so important, then we could have seen this on first review a month ago. And I know Mr. Dickey is a very busy man, has got a lot on his plate, but the concept and our board's bylaws there's a reason why we have first and final review separated. And absolutely, I'm sure you're right, Mr. Rotherham, that we're going to hear complaints from losers and excitement from the winners, but that's the whole purpose of public comment. And some of it might not just be whining. Some of it might be somebody pointing out an error or a technical difficulty with the rule. And coming to that, if we can put up the the slide presentation from yesterday, there's a particular tweak I'd like to recommend, assuming we go with option 3. Option 3.
That is not available in the slides.
Well, I'll just read it.
You'll just have to look at it on your.
In option 3, Mr. Dickey, you're proposing that each division get its highest scoring project first before you do the second round. And then you have some rules as to what happens if there are ties. And your current rule on the ties says that on the first time through, you give a division their highest scoring project, and on their highest value dollar project, and the second time through, you give them their lowest value project. And I would like to propose that we tweak the rule to say on the second time through, they also get their highest value project. And I just raised, for instance, the city of Richmond. Folks, I think we're concerned that City of Richmond maybe got too many projects funded under the first option relative to other divisions, and I understand that. But the tie-breaking rules that you've adopted here, where there's a different tie-breaking rule for the first round and from the second round, essentially means Richmond City now is getting its least value projects funded and not its highest value project. And so basically, if anybody had known these rules ahead of time, they would have simply withdrawn. And in fact, the incentive you're doing by this rule is to tell divisions, don't submit low value projects. Only submit your top project, because otherwise you're going to get screwed by the tiebreaker rules. So if Richmond City had notice of this, they could have come in yesterday and withdrawn their low value projects, and then they would have gotten their $5 million project instead of their $300,000 project. That's all not because we're switching from option 1 to switch to option 3, but because of the tie-breaking rules. So if we can switch the tie-breaking rule, then you don't give a perverse incentive to divisions not to bring in lower value programs, which are important ones and allow us to spread the dollars thinner.
Mr. Sturdivant.
I don't think we should be talking about divisions specifically, but Ms. Holton brought it up. And by way of example, well, one, I don't think we should change the rules, leave them as they are now. But the example that Ms. Holton brought up was the city of Richmond. In option 1, the city of Richmond would have received multiple projects funded. Franklin County would have received 0. Which I believe as many counties as we can should receive support. And that's when you look at city of Richmond versus a rural county, Franklin County, that's 2 totally different worlds. So that's why I fully supported option 3. And hopefully this board will move forward by vote to support option 3 and not try to fine tune in at this point of what could have been or what one division would have done or not done. That muddies the water. The board by majority recommended or supported option 3. Today, I think the board is well prepared to vote on that option. Thank you, Madam President.
So that being said, is there a motion to waive first review and approve the recommended grant awards for the school projects as detailed in the item using the option 3 approach as was presented to us yesterday?
I'd like to make an alternative motion, an amendment.
An amendment or a substitute motion?
A substitute motion, thank you.
Okay.
I move that we accept this item on first review and defer final action until next month. Or alternatively, that we approve it on first and final with option 3, amending the tie-breaking rule to award the highest award grant when there's on both rounds. That's my substitute motion.
Is there a second to that motion? Okay, that substitute motion fails for a lack of second. So the original motion is on the table. It's been made and properly seconded. Is there any further discussion on this item?
No, but 2 points.
Mr. Rotherham?
2 points of clarification, Madam President. I think we've talked about value. I think like we make sure we're talking about cost, like all of these projects have value to these divisions. They're not bringing us low value, they're bringing us different cost structures, and just to make sure
I
we're
meant
clear.
the value of the award.
Right, exactly. I just want to make sure everyone's clear what we are talking about. And then second, Mr. Dickey, it's my understanding we move forward. If for some reason there was actually an error in the formula and the way we run, we would be able to fix that.
No, he's asking us to approve a
Yes.
certain formula.
No, I'm not speaking the formula.
He
If there's
can't
an
change
error-
the formula
Well,
once we
had
vote
two-
on it.
We had 2 issues. I just want to make sure we're clear we're voting. We had 2 issues. We have the formula issue, which we're comfortable with, but just if it came up earlier, if we don't do this, if we do this on first and final and there's a mistake, so not something that we change our mind on, but an actual technical mistake, we have means to address that, yes? Which happen rarely, but do occasionally happen.
We would make, within the dollars available and the commitments we've made, we would make every effort to rectify any data error or formula error that might surface, of course. Depending on what the particular issue might be, but.
So do we still have, are we still in discussion? Can I ask Mr. Dickey a question?
It needs to be very brief and it needs to stick to this particular motion.
So, Mr. Dickey, what is the justification for your tie-breaking rule being different on round 1?
But we're not talking about the tie-breaking rule. That's not part of this motion.
It is. It's an option. That's the motion he's asking us to approve. Option 3 has a tie-breaking rule. It is absolutely part of the motion is to approve option 3, which sets out a rule for how these funds are allocated that includes a tie-breaking rule.
Mr. Sturtevant?
We have a motion for option 3 in a second.
And it's being discussed.
We had discussion about prior to that. This whole together in the minute which fit on it. At this point, I'm saying the others like no longer discussion about the option.
But I need to decide how to vote on it, and I'd like to hear Mr. Dickey's explanation for why he chose the tie-breaking rule that he's recommending to us.
So I believe no information has to be given. There's my recommendation to move forward with the overall.
Okay. Ms. Ashton.
So you're denying my request to be heard, to hear from Mr. Dickey before we vote, just to be clear.
If you would like to hear that answer, I would ask that you please operate within Robert's Rules of Order and ask to be recognized, and then we will do that. So Ms. Holton, do you have a question, and is it brief?
Am I being denied the opportunity to hear Mr. Dickey's answer?
I just said, if you can make it brief, you can take that question to Mr. Dickey.
Thank you. I've already stated the question. If you don't.
He may need for you to restate that.
Yeah, Madam President, Mrs. Holton, the decision rule there was based on the fact that applications are oversubscribed, from the almost 50 school divisions that submitted applications and the value of their projects. The emphasis with option 3 was to ensure, maximum funding for the highest rated projects returned in the first wave through the list all the way to the bottom, ensuring funding for the highest rated project on the criteria scores, moving down to the very bottom, returning to the top of the list. And for those school divisions that had multiple school applications submitted, begin to fund those and try to move the remaining funding, which was very limited at that point, to return to the top of the list to fund the second projects, but give less emphasis to the second highest rated projects by when they're in the event of a tie, and there was 1 or 2 instances of that, funding the lower valued school project award in order to try to move the money as far down the list as possible to fund second rated projects. So priority to the first awards in the first pass, but in the second pass with very limited money remaining from the 85 million, the decision was to fund the lower valued second project in order to catch as many of those second projects as possible before the money was exhausted.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Okay, Ms. Ashton.
Aye.
Ms. Kilgore,
Aye.
Dr. Northern, Mr. Hanson. Mr. Rotherham.
Aye.
Dr. Siebert,
Aye.
Mr. Sturtevant, Ms. Holton,
No.
and chair votes aye. The time is 1 o'clock. We will break for lunch until 2 o'clock because we have some special guests. Thank you. little bit post 2 p.m. So sorry to those of you who have been waiting. We are on item Y. Mr. Dickey, once again.
Good afternoon, President Creasy, Vice President Hanson, members of the board, Dr. Coons. Item Y, this is first review of Board of Education recommendations on establishing standards for school facilities pursuant to Senate Bill 1124 from the 2023 session. And that Senate Bill 1124 required the board to make recommendations to the General Assembly by July 1 for potential amendments to the standards of quality to establish standards for operations and maintenance, renovation, and new construction of public school buildings. A key requirement in the legislation related to those recommendations is recommendations for the inclusion of standards on the percentage of the current replacement value of a public school building that a local school board should budget for maintenance and operations of the building. And that's really tied to some industry best practice in terms of providing sufficient operations and maintenance and preventive maintenance resources for any type of facility. And that was a concept that surfaced and was really a strong point of discussion during the Commission on School Construction Modernization that met several years over in the General Assembly. Still on the books, but that was a concept that was discussed quite a bit in the School Construction Commission. Senate Bill 1124 also requires the board to solicit and obtain input of relevant stakeholders in the public in development of the recommendations. And then again, the board's final recommendations are to be submitted to the education committees in the General Assembly by this July 1, 2024. In response to the requirement to seek input from stakeholders in the public, DOE established a formal work group in fall 2023 with representatives from a dozen or more statewide organizations and organizations that have an interest in school construction issues and could inform the process. And staff began a series of 6 meetings with the stakeholder work group beginning in fall 2023 through February or March of 2024 to seek input and talk about different components of the recommendations that were tied to the Senate bill. Attachment 1 to your document is the product of a work group process and the draft recommendations to date, including background, detailed recommendations in the different components of operations and maintenance, renovation and construction, and background and rationale and justification for the recommendations that are embedded in the document. Final review, of course, anticipated at your June business meeting with the July 1 due date for recommendations to go to the education committees in the General Assembly by July 1. A really key piece that in the stakeholder work group that was conveyed to DOE staff from various members of the stakeholder work group were some key development principles or operating principles that seemed to be recurring themes and expressed during the stakeholder meetings. And I've listed some of those in the boilerplate. but I think they're important context in the development of these recommendations. But some of those very quickly, there was strong support that the standards should promote and reflect cost-effective, healthy, safe, and secure learning environments that support high-quality instructional delivery and student services. Everyone across the board expressed that sentiment. That there be a prioritization of the most important elements that are created as statewide standards related to school construction that may be embedded in the SOQ or any other state level document. The standards should be actionable by school divisions, not cost prohibitive, and consider local cost impact. And related to that, balance mandatory and best practice aspirational and optional standards. Also give consideration to phasing them over time or have delayed effective dates as necessary. And then also benchmark and complement any standards that may go into the standards of quality related to school facilities in conjunction with the existing VDOE school facilities guidelines, so they work in tandem. The work group is required in the legislation, did discuss the requirement for a local budgeting device to tie current cost replacement value of school facilities to the amount of maintenance and operations funding that a school board should budget in its annual budget. And the current cost replacement value concept is relatively simply just in current dollars, the cost to rebuild any current school building. And the sort of the industry best practice theory there is any school building, as soon as it goes into service, begins to deteriorate and erode and through wear and tear and just aging of major systems in the structure itself. So it's critical to have a solidly funded preventive maintenance and operation and maintenance program in industry best practice, generally as a range of about 1.5% to 4% of current replacement value of a given structure as the amount that would be budgeted for ongoing preventive maintenance, but also as systems and components age for eventual replacement of some of the major systems in a building like HVAC, roof, structural repairs that are needed after a couple of decades. So that's a key piece. And there are some industry recommendations related to that concept. The work group thought that might be considered as an aspirational goal because that clearly could have local fiscal impact as a mandate tied to a certain percentage of current replacement value of school building inventory being budgeted for operations and maintenance, preventive maintenance, capital maintenance, and repair. And that may present local funding impacts that could be difficult locally. Just a couple of other elements woven throughout the recommendations, whether it's the operations and maintenance section, the renovation section, and or the new school construction section. That's essentially how the document is formatted in those key areas tied to the legislation. But concepts of community planning and stakeholder involvement in all facets of the school facility building process, and that's design and planning, and also the actual construction process, operational and energy cost efficiency, and also consideration of student enrollment trends and patterns that affect building usage in a school division and even school consolidation opportunities in the longer term. Long-term planning best practices such as master school facilities plans to inform the local capital improvement plan budget for schools is a industry best practice, and design and building to facilitate instructional best practices. Seeking service or cost sharing arrangements to reduce costs, and that could be with other school divisions, other units of local government. Minimizing negative community impacts from construction and renovation, and designing and building school buildings for shared community use and as multi-purpose flexible facilities. And that was a very strong feedback and sentiment among the group, that any new or significantly renovated school building in Virginia community should be considered a shared community asset and built that way. And then strong emphasis on periodic facilities assessments as a preventive maintenance and planning and budgeting strategy. And with that, Madam President, the Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends the board accept for first review the attached Board of Education recommendations on establishing standards for school facilities pursuant to Senate Bill 1124 and its first review draft form. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Are there any questions from board members? Ms. Holton?
Thank you, Mr. Dickey, for this extensive work. You know, this, as the board knows, this is our first time doing standards for construction. And so I recognize how much extra work that means, and especially the stakeholder engagement you've done. A couple of questions on content and then one on process. So on content, help me understand how these new standards interact with the guidelines. I understand they complement, but help me understand how they relate to the guidelines for school. The guidelines,
sure.
Existing guidelines for school facilities do things like how many square feet you need in a kindergarten classroom, and you're not trying to redo that.
No,
how do these two documents fit together, work together?
There is some overlap there. Yeah, you're correct. The school facilities guidelines very granular from an operational planning and design perspective, coding perspective that planners, architects, construction companies literally use is the go-by document for school design, and it's of course periodically updated through a stakeholder process as needed. But it really speaks to minimum standards, some of which are state or federal, code or other regulations, but more from an operational technical standpoint. But woven in that document are some of the themes here in terms of preventive maintenance budgets, in a strong preventive maintenance program, community planning, stakeholder input, local government input, some of the sort of best practice planning and input mechanisms recommended here, or to a certain extent woven into that, into the guidelines document.
Further question, Ms. Walton?
The second
Please.
is also content, and I'll just do that on my third process question altogether. Are there key decision points you all made in coming up with this draft that we should be aware of? What were the 2 or 3 tough decision points that we might want to be thinking about before we finalize, making sure we're where we need to be? That's one question. And then the final question is, help me understand the process going forward, because usually I think when we adopt SOQs, do we have some public comment role? Do we need to do a public comment round before we adopt them? And what's the process to get that done?
Yeah, in regards to your first question, yeah, a couple of themes were recurring during some of the meetings. A key issue, and that likely will be beyond, to a certain extent ongoing, but ultimately it's got to be reflected in recommendations. What should be a what should be a mandatory standard versus something that is optional, best practice, aspirational? I think you can find examples of that now in the standards of quality, related to instruction and other components of the standards of quality and across the document. That was a key piece, and that related to some of the discussion on the provision in Senate Bill 1124 to budget a certain percentage or a recommendation on local school boards budgeting a certain percentage for their maintenance and operations program tied to the current replacement value of buildings. That's clearly an industry best practice. Education facilities, corporate facilities, but obviously could have a potential fiscal impact for some localities and school divisions. And so that issue of mandated standards versus aspirational or optional was surrounded that issue.
And can I just, on that, you all went with the optional, the draft goes with the optional approach?
Yeah.
And does that meet the terms of the statute?
Yes, ma'am. I would say in this draft document, it tends to float towards that as an aspirational standard or recommendation, again, based on feedback across all of the stakeholder groups. And just because of the potential of fiscal impact locally.
And that still meets the terms of the statute.
Yes, I think what would the key piece there is a recommended percentage. And again, and I think that's embedded in the language of Senate Bill 1124. Again, the industry practice is something on the order of about 1.5% to 3% as a budgetary mechanism. And so several references we're reviewing now that are education focused are coming in at 2%. So that may be a good working percentage related to the recommendation per Senate Bill 1124. But again, I would say the overall sentiment of the work group was err on the side of having that aspirational.
And my final question was about public comment process. Do we need to go around to that?
Yeah, and I may need some back up there, but yeah, would obviously this is a directive for the board to submit these recommendations to the General Assembly for consideration of amendments to the SOQ. So I think it's a bit different process than the normal board biennial review of the SOQs. But yeah, certainly, as a board document, any APA type or town hall related mechanisms that might come into play here, I would need guidance on that. But
Mr. Dickey, we should just defer guidance to the policy and OAG and let them give us guidance, don't you think?
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think they're ready to give guidance this minute, but we can get that guidance to the board.
Okay.
Thank you. Further questions?
Thank you.
Dr. Siebert?
As always, thank you. And here comes VJ into the room. So we got all the expertise here now.
Thank God VJ's here.
About to talk about him. So that's perfect. Thank you, because it's really important. School facilities, everybody loves to talk about designing the new space and the innovative space and, building the new and all those things. And that's the fun part of all the coursework that goes into school facilities. But the first role for school facilities is take care of what you have. And part of the problems we're having in the Commonwealth and in the nation is in some localities, in some places, a failure to take care of what you have. And so I think creating these standards, I understand why Jeremy's here now, because if you say fiscal impact, we're talking about pretty significant fiscal impact on localities. So Jeremy, glad you're here today, listening in. So I think this is very important work. And I think you are getting to the crux of the matter of what percentage, how is it budgeted? Is it aspirational? And then what does that mean for the school board? Knowing that in Virginia, school boards are fiscally dependent on localities. So I guess that kind of gets to, maybe my question. I think you've outlined it all structurally, but is there, because it's aspirational, is the idea that because it'll be reported and we'll be able to sort by schools and by divisions and individual locations and individual buildings, that it'll just highlight where things are being neglected, not funded, and that will then lead to maybe some localities wanting to ante up a bit more? Or, is this 2% piece maybe something that becomes an SOQ that puts pressure? Because my concern about putting that pressure is the reason the localities that haven't provided enough money for facilities is because schools, given the choice, school leaders given the choice, are going to choose the core business of teaching and learning over the maintenance. And when you're getting that hard decision, you're going to choose children and try to limp with the building. So I think this is a good step, but I'm just trying, how would this be actualized? I mean, in an ideal world, 3 years from now, what are the reporting? What do you see happening here, maybe coming from this?
Yeah, there's really no, or there is no direct reporting requirement in Senate Bill 1124 itself. Existing DOE reporting mechanisms, the annual financial reports, some of the school cost construction data VJ's office collects. Those may be indirect indicators. On the annual financial reports, there is an operations and maintenance area that data would be available, and and the ability to detect variation in budgetary practice and expenditures, in that area of school division budgets, could be apparent in that data. There could be some indirect reporting that comes into VJ's office that may get at some of those issues, but that doesn't mandate any direct reporting requirement in the bill itself.
I guess the other thing I would encourage is, as you all know, there are going to be smaller divisions where this index is going to be interesting, but how to calculate it will be foreign. So that's where, I think those of us been in the field for a while know we can pick up the phone and BJ will answer it. But we always talk, when we talk about ideas for teachers and content, we want to help. So I just encourage y'all to really think about how you're going to do technical assistance to the smallest divisions to help them work through this process. And you guys do webinars and everything else, but I think the smallest divisions are going to need some help.
Yeah. Great point. I think technical assistance from DOE is definitely going to be in the mix. The school facilities guidelines themselves, that's a very granular technical operational piece. That document, and when that document's amended, we have plenty of stakeholder involvement. That could be a good memorial mechanism for those calculations, to embed those in there, and then wrap that with DOE technical assistance. But you're exactly right. Yeah.
Comments here? Thank you. We will accept this item for first review. Mr. Hickey, we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
And as the board can see on the rest of the agenda, we have written reports for item Z, item AA, item BB. And that brings us to the end of our agenda. So just a reminder that item C on the consent agenda has the board meeting schedule for all the way through November, I believe, if I recall correctly from the document. Please make sure you highlight that on your calendars, and please make sure that if you're watching online, you note those changes to our schedule. And additionally, I'd like to make sure that I highlight for those in the room or on our YouTube channel that we are meeting in a special called meeting on May the 21st. We will have a limited agenda for that meeting. So just wanted to highlight that for everyone. Also, Mr. Chapman, are you going to come up and give us a little bit? I asked Mr. Chapman to give us sort of a brief overview of the board's advisory committees and other committees of the board so that we just have a idea in our minds of all of those committees that are out there, what their jobs are, and let Mr. Chapman take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. As you know, the board has an unbelievable amount of work. And so one of the ways that the board is able to maintain its oversight over the education system in Virginia is to have a number of advisory committees and standing committees function in discrete areas with specific charges in order to make sure that work is being accomplished. And so the board has 6 advisory committees that it has. The Advisory Board on Teacher Education and Licensure, which you heard a couple of recommendations from today, is established by code and is tasked with advising the board to submit recommendations on policies applicable to the qualifications, examination, licensure, and regulation of school personnel. ABTEL is required by code to meet 5 times a year. It's composed of 21 members, which are all set by statute. The Early Childhood Advisory Committee, which again, you heard a couple of very big items that are coming out of the Early Childhood Advisory Committee, not just the NORA that was approved on the consent agenda to stand up regulations for the VQB5 program, but also the revisions to those guidelines. ECAC is also established by the Code of Virginia and includes, oversight not only just of VQB5, but early childhood licensure regulations, which we have a number of actions out currently on those licensure regulations, the administration of statutes governing unlicensed programs, receipts of complaints, investigations. There's a huge amount of work that's taken place by that committee and by the work by the Early Childhood and Education Division that's headed up by Deputy Superintendent Conway. There are 22 members on the Early Childhood Advisory Committee. And again, that composition is set by statute. The board has the State Special Education Advisory Committee, which is actually created by regulations, the board's regulations in 8 VAC 20-81 in order to comply with the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And so SEAC, as it's called, has a number of responsibilities, all of which fall under the IDA, from advising on unmet needs of education of children with disabilities, commenting on rules and regulations, advising in the developing of evaluations and reporting data, advising on policies for the coordination of services, reviewing annual plans submitted by state-sponsored programs. The membership and composition of SEAC is set by regulation, and the board has delegated those appointments to the state superintendent, to Dr. Coons. There's currently 24 members on SEAC. The Advisory Committee on Career and Technical Education, which is created to comply with the Federal Perkins Act, has a purpose of advising and assisting and supporting on high-quality CTE programs. And again, you've heard a number of those items that Dr. Williams and his staff presented today related to the high-quality work-based learning guide, credentialing. There's currently 12 members on that committee, which are appointed by this board. And most recently, the Adult Education and Literacy Advisory Committee makes recommendations for the delivery of quality education and literacy programs and services throughout the Commonwealth. The membership and composition set by the board. It includes members from business and industry, educational institutions, community-based organizations. It meets twice a year. There are currently 12 members on that committee. And then most recently, the board has formed what we're calling VACAL, the Virginia Advisory Committee on Advanced Learning, which has been charged just as recently as January with supporting and advising the board on expanding and strengthening opportunities and programming for academically or intellectually gifted and advanced students in order to maximize their potential for success. One of the items today was a first round of appointments to VACAL, and so we're very excited about that work starting up. In addition, the board has a couple of standing committees. Currently only one standing committee, the College Partnership Laboratory School Standing Committee, which I dare to say you're all becoming very, very familiar with the work of that particular standing committee. That currently has 5 members. It has met a number of times over the past year after being formed by President Gecker in between December and January of December of 2022 and January of 2023. 5 members on that committee. Historically, the board has also had a couple of other standing committees, all of which the members are appointed by the board president. So there's been a charter school standing committee. There's been in the past committees on school and division accountability, and there's even been a Virginia Education Technology Advisory Committee. So there's a wide range of those committees that the board has had over the past, 10 or 15 years.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Sure.
Are there any questions on this item? Appreciate the update. Dr. Northern?
I've mentioned this before. I don't know when the right time would be, but I could see the board benefiting from a new committee on school finance, given that we're going to try to tackle the funding formula, or at least advise the powers that be on that.
Madam President.
Thank you. Dr. Siebert?
Yeah, I think, yes, I hear Dr. Northern's point. And maybe what we did, a couple of times over the past 2 years that I've been around is we have had special presentations. We're bringing everybody up to speed on certain topics. And so, I think as we learn more and hear more about student weighted funding formula approach, that's probably something we probably do want to listen to. I don't know about full committee or, some presentations, but whatever is the will of the board and under the direction of the president and superintendent.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Do you have anything thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you.
Do you have anything for the conclusion of the meeting?
During this meeting, we have started more intentionally bringing groups in for lunch, bringing groups in for recognition, making sure that we have student performances. Just wanted to get some feedback from the board if that's something you want us to continue to do monthly. Both the lunches and the performances. I know you had asked for the performances and it seemed like I had good feedback, but having groups come in and have the opportunity to share with you at lunch and have conversations seem to be a positive opportunity. Is that something we want to continue?
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah.
Madam President.
Ms. Holton?
Yes, I'd just like to thank Dr. Coons. That's been incredibly valuable these last couple of meetings. This week, we had the opportunity to visit with the Student Advisory Council over lunch, but also the group of teachers that we met with, the regional teachers of the year. One of them said a fact that just really stuck in my head ever since, that 1/3 of her core teachers in her, I think, high school are international teachers. And it's just so indicative of the teacher shortage issue we're facing. And she said, it's not that they're not great. Some of them are great, but they are by definition here for only 3 years. So it creates, more turnover with more recruitment need. That kind of fact to get to hear from the front line is really invaluable. And I'm thank you. And I'm loving it. One particular suggestion I have that I would love to have us hear from in maybe May or June, if possible. Dr. Northern had suggested it would be helpful to hear from some of our schools that have been in the school improvement pipeline world on what's working and what's not, kind of feedback. We had Mr. Jordan here today, who on public comment, he has worked over a decade, I think he said, with this Virginia School Board Association's Challenged Schools Committee that's very much focused on that. And they would be a terrific, essentially, focus group to talk with on that topic. And maybe we can get them here May or June as we're continuing contemplating, thinking about our supports for our most challenged schools.
Sure. I think President Creasy said May was an abbreviated meeting, so we'll look at those things for June in the future. So really appreciate that feedback. I do want to give a shout out to all of the commitment of the board. We've had a lot of meetings. The Lab School Standing Committee has put in a great deal of time, very much appreciative, but also want to give a huge shout out to the men behind the curtain who have really, if you are in this room physically, seen what they've done to make this room viable and flexible for us. Really appreciate that. Also want to call out the board staff because as we add more events and as we have more students come in and as we have more lunches, that adds to their plate. So I greatly appreciate their willingness to help us coordinate the interesting intricacies of this new space and also bringing people in for us to have conversations because that adds work and opportunities for them. And this is probably the largest agenda they've had to manage in the past year and a half. So I really appreciate that. But I also want to give a shout out to our OAG staff in the back who has been doing a ton of work, closed presentations, a ton of work of review, a ton of support for the board. So just want to thank them. I want to thank the entire VDOA team who has brought a lot of work to us. So much appreciated.
Is there anything else for the good of the cause? Ms. Holton?
I do have a inquiry on one of the written reports, the math textbook. As I understand it, we were scheduled to adopt the math textbooks in March, and that's been postponed because we didn't get enough submissions on the first round. And that if I understand correctly, looking at this schedule, we are now scheduled, the attachment to the report says that we will now be adopting the final list in January of 25, which means that local school divisions would then be able to start their procurement process in time for implementation, presumably in the fall of 25. Can you speak, Dr. Coons, or somebody on your team, either today or next at a future meeting, speak to what that does to our implementation plans for the new math standards? In other words, we're asking our teachers to implement new math standards without the textbooks. Is that workable?
What question are you asking of me? Sorry.
That the textbooks, the fact that the textbook adoption process has been delayed essentially from March of 24 to January of 25. What does that do to our implementation schedule for the new math standards?
Dr. Wallace is meeting monthly with a group, as we talked about last month, of instructional advisors that have been nominated by their superintendents, and she's working very closely with them, but I'm happy to have her provide coordinated updates next time. She was in the room, but just left when we moved away from written report. So happy to have her send you something and then update you in June.
Yes, that would be great. An update in June would be perfect. Thanks.
Anything else from anyone? I appreciate everyone's efficiency today. We had a lengthy agenda. I think it's probably the longest one we've had since I've been on the board. And we are now getting ready to adjourn 10 minutes to 3. So I'm very proud of us for the work that we've done today and the work that we've done over the last 3 days. So I appreciate everyone's commitment here, both staff and our board members, and would not forget our wonderful OAG team back there. And we obviously could not do this without the men behind the curtain. And so we love you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you. So with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. We are adjourned.